It's fine. It's fine.
Craig was
Okay.
just AFK for a minute.
Who wants to give me a recap of 2 weeks ago for inspiration? Nobody?
My notes didn't make it past the tournament, so
Yeah, we did. You did have us do a whole triathlon of games.
Yep.
let's
Yep,
see.
we
We
sure did.
we started with brainstorming ideas for
Mhm.
Beacon's rapid descent.
Yep.
Doug's had some grand ideas,
Yep.
wonderful ideas.
Water slide.
Water slide, zip line, etc. But those weren't good enough, so we have some kind of pulley system. We got to the port of Else, traveled to Gork. At Gork, they didn't have all the pigs we wanted because some of them got stolen by something or other. Also, we're pretty sure that the Gork pigs didn't really matter, and that the actual goal of that trip was for our little R2D2 to like gather some information. The guy wanted. We managed to talk him into giving us more, like 6 pigs instead of 4, even though we wanted 8. But he only had 8 total.
Yeah. He took most of the pigs.
Yeah. And we also said maybe we'll come back and like solve this problem for you. Don't like hold your breath though.
Yep. Mig more or less said, "Well, let us know if the rest of the pigs get taken, so the price goes up."
Mm-hmm. On the way back, I think that's whenever the tournament happened.
Mm-hmm.
We did some cornhole, and I think Zadicus won. We played checkers, and I think Zadicus won.
I did not win
He did not.
cornhole. Constance won
Constance did by
cornhole
cheating.
via
yeah.
mage hand.
By
Yeah,
mage
yeah.
handing.
I think I went looking back through the rolls to see
Mhm.
like to whenever I was writing it down. But
There was some
there was no
entirely
need for
unchecked
Constance
cheating.
to roll. And then playing dice, Ducks took that one home. And then we had a clapping contest, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, that one was
That was the gimme for
to let
yeah.
Thena have something
Yeah.
because she got crushed in all 3 categories.
And then we got back through the port of Else, began sailing around to get to Svartholm.
Yeah. First thing before that, you stopped at the city of Else on Amphi, and Beacon did some reconnaissance following Mig to a rendezvous with another minder.
Yes.
And got some very good intel with like their very good checks. Essentially, that the two sat verbally trading pleasantries for like 30 minutes, but in the first minute and a half had an exchange of information about like locations, essentially.
I didn't expect this character to be even remotely
Uh-huh.
considerable for espionage, but
Yeah.
apparently I can do that.
Very unique espionage.
I can't remember what your role was, but I'm pretty sure you did fairly well on stealth.
It was like well enough.
Well, yeah,
And
you also were using your echo effectively.
yeah,
Essentially
exactly.
to like bamf out.
Yeah, I did everything I could to not have to roll in order to make this work because my I'm not that good.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, go ahead, Duck. Sorry.
No problem. But yeah, then on the way to Svaltholm, we are in the immense fog, and another ship has arrived, and there's some kind of thing on board now. That's about as much as I have for
Yep.
this.
Where we ended,
We heard
you
screaming below deck.
yeah. She'll probably be here in a second. Let me think. Okay. We can go ahead and start. Everybody roll me initiative.
I keep forgetting I'm a DM in this game, so I never start on the map that I'm supposed to be on.
What map do you start on?
I've set it so I start on the overhead map, so I
Oh,
don't ever
yeah.
cheat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Do I ever move you when I move players then, or does it not? Because
No, I will only move. Well, so if I don't click the rejoin as player button and join where everyone else is,
Mhm.
then I'll just stay on that overworld map until you say something and realize I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Because yeah, I tried to like bring the token in. Does it trigger once I take the token and push it to the new place?
So it acts as if you and I are like, if I'm still in the GM role, it behaves as if we're both two GMs and we cannot affect each
Mhm.
other's viewpoints at all.
Okay.
Which is why I set it to the overworld map, because then I will never cheat.
Fair enough. So how do you know? So okay, you have a button that just says bring you to the other players, right?
I have in my settings button, you'll see it too. There's a button that says rejoin as player in the top right, and
Gotcha.
yeah, and so I just have to click that, and then I am in your hands, sir.
Yep. Okay. All right. So before
Let's look
and
at Dex station.
yeah, is that yeah, that's right, I guess. Hold on, how do I? Right, I have to do. Yeah. Okay. This like thing, which you can see is a very, very faint shape, sort of writhing around this massive cloud of fog. The first thing you saw when it came on deck is some fog, like basically drift below the deck into the layers below. And then you heard the scream. And this thing, it's kind of hard to see how it is like regarding the deck, as it seems to billow for a second, and you see what looks like it could be some faint shape of a head sort of swivel around, and then it is going to run for Constance.
Excellent.
You cast
FYI,
Bless, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Sev, Dux, and Beacon are all blessed.
Cool.
Ooh.
Cool. Okay. It like sort of swirls and swarms across the deck towards you, and it raises what looks like some kind of arm shape. And as it comes down, you see the arm solidify and tries to hammer into you. Well, that won't hit. It dissipates into kind of a like massive fog as it hits and sort of spreads out. And that is its turn. It is staring down at you. You also notice the air start to feel kind of thin in the area around it. Okay. Beacon.
Okay.
Devastation.
Well, don't make that promise for me. I don't think I can follow through on that. Um, we are going to ready ourselves by jumping over the banister. Well, actually, we do not need to be that close. Remember, that is not what we do. There we go. Starting here with. I still got one attack. Okay, I don't remember. I could not remember what level we were at.
Mhm.
Um. Yep. The two of us are going to attack each, passing the head of the glaive through, into this thing. Oh, weird.
Okay, so
Hold on.
it's
Okay. That is in fact a 13.
Okay. That will miss, unfortunately.
Okay. And 15
Uh,
or 14.
okay, that will miss, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yet we're in combat.
And that's it for us.
We've just started, so you didn't miss much yet.
I kind of figured there was going to be combat.
Yep.
Was there anything said?
Only that yeah, some of the fog that it is made of seeped below deck. First
Oh, yeah,
as soon
that's
as it
great.
got on deck, and somebody screamed below deck. As so far, it has tried to attack Constance and missed, and then Beacon tried to attack it and missed.
Myself
Feel
into-
free to roll yourself into initiative. We'll see if you manage to get higher than.
18.
Oh,
Wow.
well. Just in time. Okay, Dux, it is your turn.
Also, Juniper, Seb is blessed.
Obviously.
Okay, Dux is going to cast a Searing Smite.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's gonna come on up and make an attack. Actually, he's not gonna move because he's got a halberd.
Nice. That will definitely hit.
6 slashing plus 4 fire.
It will
And then
fail the save.
that save doesn't have to happen until the
Got it.
start of each of its turns.
Okay, right. So it's on fire, and it will take the fire damage on each of its turn.
Yeah, it does take this 4 right now also, but it'll
Yeah,
take
what
more
does
on each
this
of its turns.
ghostly fire you've put on it look like?
Because this is a fog creature, it's just steaming.
Mhm.
There's just steam rising off of it. The
Yeah,
water's
steam
boiling.
billowing. Cool. Okay, Sev. Big fog monster, vague shape in a big puddle of fog, basically.
And there was screaming from below deck, right?
Yes. You could see it's happening kind of out of initiative, but you can see that Helig is already starting to run towards the stairs.
All right. So, let's. Sev is gonna go ahead and cast my very good. Is anybody in the way? No, I can do it. Great. The glowing reservoirs of Aster water, like the tubes going to the gauntlets, drain, and I will cast Tasha's Caustic Brew.
Interesting.
Jesus fuck, I hate my life.
It's 6 on 2d4, so.
Yeah,
Fuck me. It failed. So you've just doused it in acid that's sort of just draped around. I think at this point you can all kind of actually begin to see the shape, like the physical presence within it, as it's wreathed by fire and acid. Okay.
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Constance.
After almost getting clobbered by this smoky appendage and seeing fire douse this thing from one side and acid from the other, Constance will just say, "Oh dear," and cast Armor of Agathis at 2nd level on herself.
Is it like ocean themed?
It
Or weirder?
Yeah, as opposed to the standard sort of ice, it looks like sort of deep sea, a net of or cage of sort of deep sea coral forms around her.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh.
that is all.
Okay. Zeticus.
Where are the stores? Stairs below deck.
There is a hatch here that can be opened up to slide down the stairs, basically.
Zeticus will pull his sword and slide down. You all have
Okay.
this. I believe in you.
Yeah, you slide down the first layer. You have enough movement to hit the ground and realize that it's not happening on this layer. It's happening on the next layer, which means basically running like 20 feet and then going down another set of stairs.
Okay, I will
happening on
take a
the-
bonus action because I am a
Mhm.
rogue. I can do that to dash. Right? Doesn't cunning action cover dash? It does.
Yep.
Excellent. So I will take a bonus action to dash, and I will run down the next flight of stairs.
Awesome. We'll do theater of the mind for you,
Yeah.
because you see 3 of these sort of ghostly apparitions, 2 of which seem to be the size of a Goliath, and 1 of which seems to be sort of smaller, are sort of gathered outside of the room of Lim Brim and Thena. You can see Lim currently has shield up and has a sort of like hatchet in one hand, while Brim is standing behind her with a spear. And they're both like trying somewhat successfully for the moment, in that these 2 things seem to be focusing on them, but they're trying to keep them back from Thena, clearly.
Okay, whichever one they are fighting, if I can get to it, is the one I
Yep.
will stab.
Yep. Yeah, you go for the one that is nearest to them, which is a big sort of wraithy Goliath shape.
Ooh, that is only an 11 to hit. That is worth a point of inspiration.
That will hit these particular things.
Yeah, be careful. The lip is really big.
So
Never mind. I will keep the inspiration.
yeah. You like basically plunge your sword in, and you see this thing as it turns towards you, and you like drive your sword like through its head. It puffs apart into mist that sort of settles onto the ground as the other 2 turn to look at you.
I will draw my dagger into my other hand and just sort of do the come on the come get me motion. Come on then.
All right.
That's it.
At the top, the fog monster here seems to billow for a moment, and then it casts a hand, and 2 apparitions appear up on deck. I'll pull a picture up to show what they do as I shuffle them around on layers. Like that. Yeah, so 2 of these shadowy apparitions appear. Beacon, it is your turn.
Okay, and these are what's below deck, not
Yes.
the big mist okay.
Yeah. They are these smaller apparitions that are clearly in a more directly humanoid shape than that thing is.
Well, let's see if we have better luck this turn. Nope.
Nope.
That's what we're gonna do for this turn. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, so some saves go off. I already rolled for both of them, so it'll take 11 fire damage.
Oh.
No, that's the
No.
acid.
Oh, got it.
And
It's 2d4. It's not.
2d4
It's not
for-
oh, sorry,
sixes.
2d4.
Yeah.
God damn it, those dice were good.
Yeah, that
Those
was
were
pretty
so
hot.
good.
Oh, and minimum damage.
Okay, so it takes 2 acid damage and 6 fire damage, if I recall correctly.
It takes
Also,
1d6 fire damage. It has to save again, a Constitution save against the fire at the start of its turn.
Yeah, it failed.
Okay, so then 1d6. 5.
Okay, cool. Gotcha. Okay. It seeing that it is surrounded. Let's see, what is it?
Also, it can use its action, I think. Yeah, it can use an action to put out the flames.
same thing with the acid.
Yeah. It is going to come over here. You will get an attack of opportunity if you choose Constance.
Sure. I'm not
that-
blessed.
I mean, that'll hit.
Right.
Its form sort of shudders for a second and then very, 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 very quickly starts to billow out. And I need both of you here to make me a strength saving throw. Over here, I should say, Beacon and Ducks.
Oh shit! Give me a minute and get more food.
Strength 15.
Okay.
Is this my echo or is this me?
I believe it's you. It's
Okay.
the one over by Ducks.
Okay.
It's the one with the heart.
Yeah,
so
the bless.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
me.
yeah.
They're also. It's done very deliberately, but they are very slightly different colors. Horrifyingly slight.
Okay. There is an enormous burst of wind as the fire and the acid sort of like splash outward from it. Both of you over here feel yourselves sort of like almost like your feet starting to lose purchase before you, I presume, ram your weapon into the deck to keep your feet so that you don't get knocked over the edge. But you will both take 6 bludgeoning damage. This fog creature here is going to move forward and attack Constance. Oh, the 16?
16 will miss.
Okay. Yeah, it will miss. It is now sort of just hovering in front of you. It slashed across, and again, you feel this kind of weirdness as it doesn't quite solidify correctly, and you sort of just get slapped by mist. And this one here is going to take a swing at Beacon. 17?
That hits.
Okay. You take 8 points of necrotic damage as you feel it kind of reach forward as one of its hands seems to like catch your shoulder. Its mouth kind of opens to a maw and it bites down on you. Yeah. And yeah, down below deck, the two are going to turn and swing at you, Zadakist.
Yep.
Nat 20.
Yep. That tracks.
Yep.
Okay. Only 11 necrotic damage.
Yep. And the second one?
Nope. That's it. That's 5. It's not gonna hit. Okay.
Oh no, with Ted's luck, I was expecting a nat 40.
2 nat 20s back to back. All right, Ducks, it is your turn. It definitely just tried to blow you over the edge, very deliberately.
Dux will just kind of grin and bear it. I'm gonna make I'm still concentrating on that one spell, so I need to just whack it. Then I'm gonna throw a divine smite on there.
Okay.
20 damage.
Pretty good.
Mark off both of those spell slots before I forget. Okay, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you bring your glaive down, and with the sort of crackling of divine energy, as you cleave through, you actually see for the first time, like, real damage, as part of it is taking a second to collect itself back together. Sev.
Cool. So Sev is going to sort of swerve around these guys and come up next to Dux and let out a punch, but with the booming blade. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my Thunder Gauntlet. What? Sorry. Is that?
It's a 2.
Oh, it's a 2.
It's a 2.
Sick. Oh wait, I'm
I'm s-
blessed. Wait. I'm blessed. That
you should-
won't do it.
yeah.
No, that won't do it. I came in so strong. What happened?
Ah, is that your turn?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, so you try to punch through and just can't seem to catch the like physical part somewhere in this big billowing mass of fog. Constant. There is a large, like hulking sort of wraith made out of fog crouched in front of you.
Which Constance is going to ignore for the moment, and
Mhm.
Everyone will hear what they've heard a couple times before, sort of a thrum that definitely feels like it's coming from beneath them. And of course, it doesn't work. The DC's a 14, and I'm aiming at the big old smoke monster. And it's just a...
Nope, that won't do it. Give me
All
that
right,
damage.
that's it.
Did it roll the damage?
I'd roll that D12. It's a 6.
Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha. It's right. Okay. Yep. Yeah, as this sort of sonic vibration you cast, it ripples and almost like creates a cavitation in the center of it for a second before it rolls back together. Zadicus. At this point, both Lim and Brim have stepped up slightly to kind of press the advantage.
Excellent. Whichever motherfucker just crit me,
Yeah,
Zadicus spits some blood onto the floor.
the other big Goliath shape.
You're not the first smoke monster I've seen. You won't be the last. Holy shit!
Oh,
Hell yeah.
I mean, I feel like I need to give you a how do you want to do this, just in the terms of like the overkill. Like, what does this flourish look like?
It is just a very rapid series. Like, for how old he is, he moves fast, and it is just sword, dagger, over and over, and this thing poofs. And he turns to look at the smaller one.
Yeah, it just cocks its head away from the dwarves to look at you.
And I will take that as my bonus action to help Lim or Brim if they're
Okay.
attacking.
Yeah, I think as you push the advantage, one of them will reach forward with the lance. It'll be Brim from behind. Fucking goddamn nat 20. Okay. Yeah, just fucking like takes a step back, holds it up in both hands, and just arm flex for a moment and throws it straight through its head. And as it like bursts apart, it hits the wall. As they both turn and kind of nod grimly at you.
Zedicus will nod. Well done. Well done. That's it.
Okay. The fog monster up here. You all see its head clearly crane down for a moment. And it will. Zedicus, you turn around and see two more of these figures sort of materialize through the floor next to you. They look different in shape, so it's not like it's the same one, but it's the same kind of thing, as they're both clearly looking at you. A beacon.
Okay. We're just gonna kite.
Uh-huh.
And forego the great weapon master so far.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, hold on.
Hold on. That's fucked up. 6 plus 3 plus 2 plus
Oh, I already
3.
I unchecked the I didn't uncheck the
Yeah, so it's a 15? No. Yeah.
no, it's 14, which is a miss.
Yeah, just barely. We
There
cursed
we
you.
go.
There you go. That'll do.
Okay. Yeah, and we're going to action surge and try to hit one more time.
Mhm.
15.
That'll hit.
All right.
Nice.
All right, that's
Getting
it.
Yeah, I was saying getting there. You're starting to
Yeah.
see. It was kind of hard to tell if you were dealing any damage to it, but you still don't really see any like holes as they're all kind of filled back together. But just based off the way it is reacting, it seems to be starting to act more panic. On its turn, it sort of dematerializes for a second, and then in the center of it, almost what it feels like to those of you standing around it is like all of the oxygen just getting sucked out of your lungs. Each of you around it, so Dux, Sev, and Beacon, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
Oof.
Oh no.
Oof.
Oh.
Okay.
You're blessed, Sev.
Yeah, you're blessed, Sev. You're so fucking lucky. Okay. Unfortunately, Dux. The other two of you, like, it almost feels like something like slaps you in the face for a second as you kind of like reflexively jerk your head back. So you will only take 8 bludgeoning damage. Dux, on the other hand, you take 16 bludgeoning damage and you are suffocating for a moment. Essentially, currently you are suffocating until you get away from it, as like it feels like it has taken all of the oxygen and just sucked it directly out of your lungs and into itself. It is your turn.
Let me make a con save.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
you still can't quite get your breath.
oh, that was actually for the damage
Fair enough.
to keep concentration on Searing Smite.
Yeah, you're good.
But
Still burning.
okay. I'm just gonna hit it again. Oh dang. It's only a 10.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have anything else I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So it has sort of reformed, but there was a very clear moment where you almost like could feel the oxygen getting pulled out of your lungs
Right.
before you
Uh,
closed your mouth quickly.
Deb is gonna go ahead and like smack her gauntlets together and like check the levels of Astral Water and just be like, okay, this one, and let out another booming blade. Sorry, with my Thunder Gauntlet. Jesus Christ!
You're blessed.
Plus.
Oh,
Oh,
you
there's
did
a
it!
4. Woo!
It hit.
Great. Thunder Gauntlet damage.
Okay. Yeah, you fucking haul off and just uppercut, and as you do, like the crackle seems to like catch on the liquid in the air, and you can like hear a high pitched like hissing. You can't tell if it's just superheated water or this thing is starting to scream.
Yeah, and as it gets hit by it, the knuckles like pop off and are like attached to the outside in little
Uh-huh.
discs.
Okay. I need to do something I neglected. Is that the end of your turn? First.
Yeah, I have 14 health. I'm not gonna run away and provoke an op attack.
Okay.
Not yet.
This little fog friend is going to, both these are going to attack you, Constance.
Mm-hmm.
19 will hit. This is going to trigger your Armor of Agathis
Mm-hmm.
for 5 bludgeoning damage.
All right. They take 10 points of damage.
Yep. Yeah, it attacks you, and like as it like seems to grab onto your shoulder and wrenches its head forward as if to bite, this just like it hits that like coral cage. There's just a sort of spark and then a boom, and it just dissipates. The other one, that'll miss. Zadicus, the 2 down at you are both going to reach forward and try to hit you.
Mhm.
You fucking a 2 and a 2. So no, they're not going to hit you. You are in the zone at this
Cool.
point. You just like leisurely duck under one and sort of like sidestep the other. Completely unimpressed. Constance, it is now your turn.
All right. To my big smoke monster friend, I'm just gonna cast Toll the Dead again, and so that's a DC 14, and there's the damage if it fails.
It managed to succeed. A 16.
All right, fair enough. How can I tell how Dux is doing?
You could probably tell pretty bad. He's the only one that seems to be like he can't catch his breath when whatever just happened. I don't know how good Dux's poker face is, but
Okay, I don't know what's going on with Dux,
Mhm.
but I'll send that Dux's way just to try and help out.
Mhm.
See if that rights any wrongs that are going on over there.
All right.
I take it I'm probably still suffocating.
Yes. You're in the phase where you think you can hold your breath so that it doesn't continue to hurt you anymore, but it is still disconcerting that you can't like seem to get an exhalation. Zadicus. 2 more of these fuckers just tried to take a swipe at you.
Alrighty. I will just. I don't know if one's closer to Lemon Brim, but if so, I will stab at that
Yeah.
one to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah, again, just sort of reach out, just a quick stab to the head and the heart, and it poofs into pieces.
And that's. Yeah, I will once again bonus action to help and just.
Mhm.
All right, they think they can just wear us down. We'll have this. That's one more for me, one more for you, right here.
Yeah. Lim reaches forward with a hatchet and draws it across. Gets it pretty good, but doesn't manage to completely like swipe it apart.
That's it. I'm gonna stay in.
At the top. Ooh. It throws a hand out, and only one of another one of its friends shows up. Beacon, it is your turn.
Yeah, I'm dying. I'd like to action surge. Sorry, second wind. Forget what it's called.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing. Great. And then attack. Hey. That's it.
Yep. That will hit. It is starting to, again, it's kind of hard to register damage on this thing, given that it is incorporeal, but it is starting to sort of writhe and spin faster, as if it is, like, getting a little desperate. Okay. On its turn, Ducks, give me another Constitution saving throw.
Okay, con save. If it's still burning, it also needs to make another con
Yep.
save.
Okay, it
And
passed.
okay.
You passed, by the way. So
Okay.
you feel it's like sort of try to pull on your lungs again, and just clamp your mouth shut and wrench your head away. And as you wrench away, you manage to draw a full breath. With its hand, it is going to throw a fist at Sev.
Oh, fun.
16? Yes. 16.
Oh. I don't have Hellish Rebuke. Oh boy. Wait, do I not? Isn't that?
That's a warlock spell.
It's a
Oh, right.
tiefling ability, but
It's a
Yeah, I
tiefling
think you're the
ability.
wrong kind of tiefling.
I am the wrong kind of tiefling. Tiefling? Tiefling.
Tiefling.
Yep. Let me have it.
Okay. 10 bludgeoning damage as it just slams a fist down on top of you.
Oh, Jesus. Ah, for fuck. It's
Uh,
real.
Actually, yeah, okay, so the one that is remaining down there, Zadicus, is going to take a swing at you.
Yeah.
And fucking roll a 3, so no. He's just gonna miss. They can't hit you, Zadicus. You've got their fucking number. Well, this one's gonna roll at the clone. That will hit for 6 bludgeoning damage. I shouldn't say clone, the echo.
Oh, then it's dead.
Yeah. And
Bye,
this
Beacon.
one here is going to take a swipe at you, Beacon Prime,
Okay.
and miss.
Okay.
Okay. Ducks, you've got your breath now. It hammered you one time in the lungs pretty good. It just sort of beat the shit out of Sev.
All right. I'm just going to swipe at it with my halberd. and hopefully be able to Divine Smite.
Yeah.
So 5 more damage.
Okay. It is writhing much faster now, much more desperate. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Sev.
Is it me?
Yep.
Sorry, it's Monday night. Can't do it without the backyard cheeseburger kettle tips from Kroger. And with my newfound power, I'm going to just go ahead and hit it again.
Yep.
Nice.
I'll do it. Less damage though.
Yeah.
And then I will use my bonus action to get my defensive field,
Mm-hmm.
which is level in this class. Yep, that's 4. All right, great.
Constance, you see at that, for some reason that seems to have destabilized it. It's looking really, really. It's trying to like put pieces of itself back together. It's not even looking at anybody else anymore. It's like seems to be like grabbing bits of mist and trying to pull it back into itself.
Mhm.
It is your turn.
How do my cohorts look up here? Seems like everybody's taking some pretty serious shots.
Yep.
Sev is
think-
like dying.
Yeah, you can probably tell that everybody has been mauled pretty good at least once. Some more than others.
All right, well, let's see what this does in the short term.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Dux and Sev and Beacon all
Mhm.
get 5 temporary hit points.
Yep. Cool.
I've hit
It's
points.
5 max hit points.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, but
sorry.
Yeah. It's functionally, yeah, they just
And that is it for my turn.
okay. Zedekis, at the beginning of your turn, you see this like last one is left. Lim and Brim are both like shields up ready. Out of the corner of your eye, you see like Thena, who looks very, very, very scared, steps into the hallway. There is a brief shimmer around her as she opens her mouth, and as she screams, you see a sort of like almost like ripple in space. That now that you look at it, almost looks like the same kind of ripple, like if you throw a rock into the astral sea. And the ripple travels forward, seems to catch what is remaining of this thing, and just blows it apart. As this is happening, both Lim and Brim wide-eyed turn to you, and then turn and look at Thena in horror. Roll me an insight check.
And
Which was really all you needed because they're not hiding their reactions very well. They are not horrified that she did it. They are horrified that she just did that in front of you.
in front of, yeah, no, okay, that's what I
Mhm.
figured.
Yeah, they're not hiding it at all. They both. This is an completely unguarded reaction from the two of them.
Zedekis will simply put his dagger away, hold up one finger to his mouth, making a shushing motion, and then I will run for the deck, the top deck, since it seems things are okay down here. Just calling out, all of you find somewhere to hide, find somewhere safe. Get down to Mig's room, and I will dash for the trap door that I came down through.
Okay. So yeah, you're trying to dash back up?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you should be able to make it up. It's a little bit harder making it up, but you
I was
have
gonna
one.
say, as I recall, there was a slide down that I'm just sort of like scrambling back up.
Yeah, you make it to the top and you probably don't have much left. It's a little bit harder to climb up the ladder than it is to just sort of power slide down.
I assume that I basically get back up to where I was before.
Mhm.
And then I guess as an action, I'm not going to draw my bow, but I will pull the dagger back out and toss it at Big Boy.
Okay. Give me damage.
I mean, I figured I'd roll the hit first.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna do it. That's gone.
Yeah. you throw the dagger and like it's freaking out, and you manage to throw it like right through one of the holes as it just goes by and off the deck.
Then I will use that hand to hold open the trap door. Look at Helingbjor. Best you hurry down and help the others.
Yeah, she basically jumps from where she is and like folds her arms together to get through the hole, and you hear like a boom as she hits the deck below.
And that's it for me. That was a bonus to dash, an action to throw a dagger into the ocean, and that's it.
Okay. It is going to oh no. It spins, and as it does, several more of these wispy things appear. As they're appearing, though, Beacon, it is your turn. It's looking very, very hurt.
Well, I don't know what I can do about that.
That
Okay,
that's a good start.
that's good.
1 second, is just to set the
That's-
scene.
That's the best I can do, actually.
My cat has just climbed into my lap and started purring. Yeah, almost in a like simultaneous motion, it casts its hands out as 4 of these things like rise out of the deck all around you. And you just reflexively swing your glaive out. And how do you want to do this?
As Beacon is killed and returning to their home, there is just like a surge of strength between the two forces that is enough to catch the keep their attention, and we're swinging at mist. That is what is happening.
Mhm.
So nothing showy about it.
Yeah, you like stick the glaive in, basically just like torque it around in a full circle, almost like a twirl. With a scream, it first in order, all of these like wraiths that have appeared around you all slowly poof into mist one by one. And it like seems to try to hold itself together for a moment, and then destabilizes, and you almost see like what looks like a like miniature tornado in the center of it slowly stop spinning as it disappears. And all of you can very clearly see from around where its head was, something clatters to the ground. Something physical.
Um,
And we will exit combat.
Yoink.
You yoink the thing?
Yes, I yoink the thing.
Okay. As you pick it up, it looks like a like the handle to a dagger or maybe a short sword. It is like completely gray and seems to be made out of the same material that the thing was.
All right. Hmm. Well, gonna have to identify this at some point.
Yeah,
Is
after a moment, Mig peeks his head up above deck.
Going all right down
Um,
there, Mig.
What were we saying, Constance?
is everything okay below deck, Zedicus?
Should be. I sent them down to Mig. If Mig's up here, then assuming everything is fine, right, Mig?
Indeed. That was problematic. I was not aware that things could simply pass through the deck. This will require adjustment in security protocols. There's nothing written for this.
I take it that means this is an unfamiliar creature to you.
Indeed. Very unfamiliar. What was it, exactly? I did not see it.
Well, it appeared to be a
Cloud.
cloud or dark mist.
A cloud.
Whatever
Yeah.
that thing that Sev is holding was, I suppose, in the middle of it. Might have something to do with it.
You see his head kind of turns to the ship. And as you all notice now, the ship seemed to have been held very, very still. And now, as you see it, it seems to be like actually subjected to the waves as it's slowly kind of turning to the side. Not tilting to the side, turning to the side.
hey, so what are we gonna do about that thing? She points to the giant, massive spire of the ship that's poking through the fog.
I mean, presumably there is a ship beyond that point. Perhaps loot, but did the cloud come from that boat?
Don't know. No way to know, I suppose.
Hmm.
It just sort
Definitely
of.
auspicious that it appeared at the same time.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Then it is a ghost vessel. Hopefully, in only a manner of speaking. There's protocols for these things. Would you like me to get the punch card?
Does the protocol include scrapping it for parts?
We do not have those capabilities.
It's made of stone, it looks like. That might be difficult to scrap.
Indeed.
Dev looks disappointed.
I cannot determine the condition of the ship from here.
Some of
If
us
it is
could go.
only... Yes.
I was
Go
going the
ahead.
same way. Some of us could go over there if you want, or we could leave it and make our rendezvous as quickly as possible. I believe haste was a consideration for our employer.
Indeed, but we are making good time. Thus, it is up to you whether you would like to incur risk to loot said vessel. Legally, that is what we are doing, looting.
Loot, 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 loot. Just shaking your fists.
Well, that's one for looting then.
Mm-hmm.
I might prefer to call it exploring, but I'm on board.
Ah, yes. Exploring usually goes before looting.
Salvage, perhaps. It is on the ocean, after all. If there's
If
no
there
one
are
on
any
there, it's.
if there are any living crew members aboard, we will then consider the rules for piracy.
Well, given the way that seems to be the way the party is leaning, loot, 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 loot.
Is the repetition supposed to make it more? Do each repetition count as a vote? I do not think that is allowed.
Nah, it's just for emphasis.
Well,
Yes,
then
emphasis.
the decision you have made is to loot.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a ghost ship, I don't want to take anything from like living people. Not really, at least.
That is good to hear. I was not sure of your disposition on the matter.
We'll call it a rescue mission. There might perhaps be other victims of that mist creature on that boat, and if there aren't, well then, salvage.
Indeed. At that, you see the UE pulls around alongside. And yeah, as each of you sort of like, you have to do. Dux probably knows this pretty well, Zeta, because he can help Beacon as well. The sort of lashing the two boats together for a moment so that you can cross with a sort of like a sideways plank. And yeah, the first thing you notice, first off, the fog is slowly getting less thick in this particular area. Whatever this like almost preternaturally thick fog was, it's not dissipating entirely because it is, a season and a weather. But it's getting a lot less impenetrable. And the first thing you notice is that the ship seems to be decrepit. The sort of wood and stone that it is constructed of have remained mostly immaculate, though you could tell there is like long. It has not been cleaned or cleaned of sort of barnacle or residue or like sea brine in quite some time. You don't see anybody in sight on top deck, and you don't hear anything as you all pause to sort of listen. Whatever supplies there were up here, actually roll me an investigation check.
Because this party is historically good at their investigation.
Okay, let me think. Okay, we'll work from the bottom up. So, Sev, it looks like a dead ship. Dux and Constance, there is a lot of supplies that have sort of just gone to shit. Like you can see there's a couple cannons that look like they were just left. There's some sort of astral powder that's been just sort of left out. With the 20, Zedicus, to you it seems like the state of everything here implies that wherever the crew went, it was relatively quick. You catch a few like sort of the long rusted remains of weaponry that was sort of just left where it was, and by the rate of decay, it has been a very, very, very long time. Beacon, you freak. You you as you're like going around, everybody kind of sees Beacon's eyes like flash for a second as you regard it, and what you get, Beacon, is that you can kind of see where the pattern as you're going through and like reconstructing it of where these like discarded weapons and discarded supplies seem to be is that something appeared in the middle of the deck. There were quite a large number of people on deck who all turned to try to address it, and then all died in roughly a circle around where it was. Whatever happened very quickly, based off the fact that it doesn't look like many of them even managed to run.
When we were attacked by the mist before, I would have still felt it like trying to steal breath, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
very clearly. You just managed to like catch yourself before it could.
Yeah. Beacon draws their glaive, and like nearly carves a circle where the thing would have been,
Mm-hmm.
and says, "We think it started here and stole the air from everything inside."
with a 21, as you're looking at it closer and sort of working through it in your brain, it seems like either it apparated in the middle of the deck or it came from below deck. As in
Yeah.
very conspicuously in this one point.
Yeah. We understand that it has just like appeared here, but that is all we say.
Mhm.
Where did it come from? Think this thing has anything to do with it? She holds a hilt.
They shrug and say, it just made itself here. We do not know what that is. What is it?
Well, let's find out. You guys search the rest of the place. I'll stay up top and identify this thing. She'll cast identify.
Okay. Let me.
Do we have the component?
Do you have the component? I'm gonna assume you have. You are a trash rat.
I don't.
You might not have it.
I don't have a pearl. No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
yet.
such a killjoy.
Yeah.
No. I totally just forgot that components were a thing.
Yeah. This component, like the thing is this spell is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
It's a ritual.
Cost.
It's level 1. You gotta make the sacrifice.
All right. Well, if anybody finds some like a pearl or something, please bring it to me so I can tell if this thing is dangerous or not. Please, I'll go with you guys as long as I get a pearl.
There is a hatch with a ladder below it that you see you could probably descend into the sort of heart of this place.
Sick. Great. Down that ladder.
Does anybody here look like they're on the verge of death?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Ev.
They're all dead, right?
Whatever happened here happened some time ago. All their weapons are rusted. There are not even bodies on this vessel.
It killed everything.
I assume, yes. I assume that the misty forms that we saw, they were mostly Goliath. The ones I saw downstairs were Goliath, and this is a Goliath stone ship, so whatever that creature was, I assume it killed them, absorbed them somehow, and then spat them back out, which really, as far as ways to go, ranks near the bottom, as far as I'm concerned.
Fire's pretty bad.
Yeah, so you descend into the layout of this particular ship is the top deck, a sort of middle deck, and a lower deck, where the bench would be for the oarsmen. So do you stay on the second deck, or do you just sort of Scooby-Doo one deck at a time?
One at a time.
Yeah. Okay. On this deck, you find what is probably the storehouse. Again, although everything inside of it has been either rotted or desiccated by this point. Including you find an armory where there are weapons that have been left on the wall. That most of the metal parts are just rusted, and a lot of the wood has sort of fallen apart. But at the very end of one of the sides of the ship, you find a door that leads to what is clearly a captain's quarters, which seems to be weirdly well kept compared to everything else. What you do notice immediately upon entering, though, is it is much colder than the rest of the ship, and that there is a sort of opened chest in the corner, which is slowly billowing out this sort of mist onto the ground. The mist doesn't seem to go very much further than a foot or two out from the chest,
though. The lantern door opens. My echo forms, and they go and open the door.
The
Sev, before you investigate any further, I'll cast Cure Wounds.
So you send your echo across the room to kind of look into this chest, right? Seems to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. The chest seems to be cracked, as in like not closed. And as you sort of open it up, you look inside, and it just looks like a chest. Other than that, like the cold is clearly coming from inside of it. You like kind of reach in with your echoey hand and don't like feel anything. It seems to just be a sort of standard sized chest. It just feels very cold inside.
They turn around and say, "It appears to be a store case." And then they shut the lid.
And the mist, like as you actually like shut and clasp it shut this time, the mist goes away, and very, very slowly it starts to get warmer in the room. To describe the room more to you now that the immediate potential threat seems to have gone away. Along one wall, there is an enormous quilt, which, even though it's still much better preserved than the rest of the ship, is kind of hung in ruins. Bits of it have sort of frayed and fallen apart. On the floor is a still quite well preserved hide of some enormous furred bear with 6 limbs instead of 4. That seems to be like arrayed out in the center of it like a massive rug. To one side, you see a shrine with some iconography. You can give me a religion or history check if you want to.
I will not.
Yeah,
Sorry.
anybody can. As you kind of shuffle into the room to look around. Okay. Okay. So on the shrine, you see the shrine is covered in. The 3 of you clearly know that these runes are Svarthic. In other words, the language. They're essentially like runes rather than a sort of written language. They are Svarthic clearly. The shrine itself, you all recognize as being a part of the sort of religion of the Kingdom of Joel, or rather the Kingdom of Yol. Zadakis, with a nat 20, on the altar you can all see this sort of pristine ivory horn from some great beast. That has these runes down the side. Let me check your languages, Zadakis. What are your languages? You got a lot.
Abyssal, Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Leonin, Primordial, and Thieves' Cant.
Okay. Yeah, you catch bits and pieces. You don't quite know the language, but there are pieces of this that are actually written in a written form of Primordial. And you know this horn it's a religious artifact. And you would know it as a fairly common religious artifact for followers of Yule. These things tend to be heirloom items passed down from generation to generation. And per their mythology, this is a horn you are supposed to blow basically on the last day before this event they call the Winter of Eternity. And it's supposed to signal the start of the Forever War in their mythology. So like you very quickly realize like, oh, this is like a heirloom shrine basically.
We're headed towards the edge of. Aren't we headed towards the? We're headed to a place where these guys come from.
Mm-hmm. One of their very few cities that are a port.
Yeah. If we take this, I'm sure somebody might be able to identify it. We can give some sort of closure to a family out there, return their valuable items, and I will pick up the horn and put it in my bag.
Mm-hmm. In the corner, you also see a much smaller shrine. Although, Zadicus, you can recognize it. Does anybody else speak Primordial?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, you speak everything, don't you?
Not really.
Comprehend languages?
Yeah, but I don't have that running.
Okay, fair enough. No problem. Both of you can see on this shrine, it is very clearly a shrine to the Forever Storm, written in Primordial. You would know that as a shrine of the Sky Speakers of Bosted. Which are basically the like jungle storm Vikings.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I had notes on these.
Yep. Everybody can roll me an investigation or perception check as you kind of poke around this room.
Fuck!
All right. Well, Zadicus, fucking, I don't know, Scooby sense is tingling. You, as you're walking around, you're kind of just tapping your foot on pieces of the floor, like listening, like, below the desk, which actually, no, not the desk, below kind of where the rug is, you feel a hollow floor space. When you pry it up, you find a velvety pouch that has some coins in it.
I love you too.
You also find, as you are looking around, you see over at the shrine to the Forever Storm, there is very clearly scraping on one side. It's kind of hard to catch at first glance, with how sort of decayed a lot of this room is. But there's scraping that suggests that this shrine routinely moves. And as you push it to the side, you feel another hollow space underneath. You crack it open.
Something down here. Somebody want to give me a hand here?
Yep,
but then
I got it.
Yeah, this one is latched a little bit, although the latch seems to have just rusted shut, so you kind of have to rip it up and pull it to the side.
Leave that to you, Sev.
Be careful, Sev.
Is that a strength check?
Yeah. Athletics or...
I'll help.
Does my
Good question.
does my armor let me do a charge for my int mod?
Huh.
Strength saves. Oh no, strength check. Athletics is
Athletics is a strength check, yeah.
Yeah, great. So 17.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to get one hand and kind of just grip it and rip it. Just throw the door to the side. As you peer in, you see a dark scarf, essentially. It seems to be folded up very carefully.
No pearls. Just this scarf? I ain't touching it. She's like, just like stands straight up and puts her hands on her hips.
I'll pull it out.
Mhm.
Seems harmless. It's a scarf.
So the scarf it feels silky in your hands. As you pull it up, it's also very dark. Um, and you remove it and see that the ends of it seem to sort of gently float, almost as if they're in a breeze. The other thing you notice is that it is incredibly wrinkled. It is wrinkled all over.
Well, needs a warm iron, I suppose. But anyone? All right, in the bag it goes. We'll figure it all out later.
Yep. You search for a bit longer, but don't find anything else in here.
How'd the other floor compartment under the bear?
It was sort of a like false floorboard and not an actual latch, and it had a coin pouch in it.
Oh, right. It had the
Mhm.
coin purse. Okay. Great. Awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
do you go and check the very bottom?
yes. That's
Sorry.
No, that's it. Might as well finish it up. There might be some other compartments. There are very few ships out there without hidden holds built in.
All right. The bottom is clearly the like remnants of what used to be the ore hold. There are benches lined up on either side where people were supposed to sit and row. The rowing implements seem to be like perfectly intact still. They don't seem to be decayed much at all. Although you don't see anything manning them at the moment.
Dev points at the oars. What are those for?
Propulsion. Sort of.
Uh, oh,
What do you mean, how?
I mean, they're not moving. They're not like attached to anything. They're just sticks that go into the
Mhm.
water.
Yep. Normally there'd be people here. They would pull and push, and the boat would swim. Can do
Kind
that
of
in water.
scratches. She scratches her head. Yeah, but don't like sails and engines exist?
Sails, yes. Engines are harder to come by, especially for larger vessels. Water has resistance that space doesn't.
Yeah, but that also means that it's thicker. You can propel yourself with the water.
Yes, but sometimes you have to move against the water.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be hard with people?
Yes, but possible with people.
It just seems outdated to me.
There's a difference between space travel and water travel.
I suppose. Don't know why anyone would want to do either manually.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything down here. We do have the oars are in perfect condition, which is a little weird. Perhaps whatever that thing was, it never bothered to come down here. That would suggest that they were anchored. They weren't moving, I suppose, or moving under sail power, I suppose. And everybody was on deck. Like Beacon said, they probably surrounded it, it murdered them all, and now we have a ghost ship. I would suggest burning it, but it's stone, so that won't work. I don't know. Drop the anchor, let it sit here. We'll let somebody know where it is once we arrive in shoal. We should get out of here.
Well, I mean, since it's so pristine down here and the thing didn't seem to care, think there might be survivors?
I was under the impression this is one big room, but if there are other rooms, that is distinctly
No.
possible.
Yeah, this is definitely one big room.
Nothing under it?
No. You do the same routine of like the floor is essentially entirely hollow here, as in there is some layers between the floor and the actual bottom of the ship. And as you like enough space for you to like open it up and poke your head down with like a flashlight and look around basically. And you don't see anything hidden down there. No compartments
Damn.
either.
No pearls.
No pearls. So yeah, you head
Well-
back up. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, well, let's head back so we can get paid as soon as possible so we don't end up like this ship.
Yeah, you
do we-
head.
What do
Go
we
ahead.
think about that chest? The one that you closed for us, Beacon. What should we leave that here? That is there something extra about it? Something
It has a use in preserving materials, such as perishable goods.
that seems worth salvaging. Could use that on the
Oh.
UE, right, Constance?
Oh, most definitely. Come in very handy for food storage.
Like a fridge? Do fridges exist in this world? Sorry, I have to ask this.
Probably.
They do in this form, this
Yeah,
frozen
yeah.
chest.
I was gonna say we just
This
found
is-
one.
Yeah, the fridges you've seen look. It's analogous to this, although this doesn't seem to be plugged into anything, and like is a little bit less cold, maybe, but kinda.
Icebox. Yeah,
Just saying, waste not, want not.
Ducks, you could
concern is
probably handle
it's-
it pretty well.
it was used to store the hilt of the sword thing, and getting either of them near each other might reform the big monster that sucked up all the crew and attacked us.
So don't put the hilt anywhere near the chest.
All right, you're right. Fair enough. Stupid
I
me,
mean,
trying to be
should-
safe for once.
Should the giant fog muster appear, we shall just defeat it again, easily enough.
Yeah, I guess so.
Or-
It wasn't like it was close.
We could just throw the hilt into the ocean. I mean, what do we want with it?
Study, of course.
We could probably sell it for a nice bounty.
That too.
We,
Money, magic, power.
who's
No.
all right? Well, keep it away from the chest. That's. I'm just saying we probably would get more use out of the chest than we will out of the hilt. It's,
Good deal. Well, I'll take the chest. We'll put it in the galley, and we put the hilt on a different floor.
Yeah, probably be in my room.
Everybody but everybody but Seb can try to give me a history check real quick.
there we go. Okay.
Ooh.
Regress right down to the mean.
Yeah. Feeling better.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Zadicus, if this feels not the hilt necessarily, but like a stone ship and fog feels kind of familiar. Like there might be a story, but you have no idea what the story entails. You're just like, oh, I'm pretty sure I've heard a story about shit like this before. You can't remember if it's about like the origin or like people being attacked by this ship. You're not really sure.
Oh, this is gonna bother me for hours. No, the communion is the sky speakers. These are storm. I'll ask Heligbjor. Maybe she remembers.
So yeah, you all head back onto the UE.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, when do you try to ask Helig? She is back topside now.
Everyone down there okay? Little
They-
shaken up, but otherwise fine.
Yeah, they appear to be fine. I am told you fucked some shit up, eh?
Mm-hmm. I mean, Zim and Brim were absolutely crucial to the endeavor, so
Mm-hmm.
group effort. Hey, question.
Uh-huh.
Storm, I know this is not exactly your necessarily wheelhouse, but there's a story, something about a boat and a hilt and
Like
then he
a
just goes over the bits and pieces that he
yeah.
remembers.
Okay, like a stone boat, like you say is yes, is it one of the speakers?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, the Vosted people. It's not unheard of, I guess, but like I don't know, not many of us like leave the glacier, and then when we do, we're pretty distinctive. But if was there anything else there, or like?
Pull out the horn.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't react until she's like holding her
Put it
hand
in
up.
her hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was not
All
just
right.
fine in
Yeah.
the captain's room, the captain's quarters.
Yes, the Fimbulhorn. It's
Mhm.
a heirloom thing. You pass it
Mhm.
down. You're supposed to blow it.
End of the world and all that. Yep.
Yeah. That's what this is. I do not know like who's. It doesn't have like a name on it. So, do you want me to keep it, or do you want to like
No, I'm going to try to
sell
turn
it?
it in. I'm going to try to return it once we get to whatever
mean,
port we're headed towards is. I
yeah,
forget
that's
already.
the respectful thing to do. You're right.
Well,
Mhm.
I assume there will be some sort of familial reward, possibly. Probably more than if I just sell it, since
Yeah. I've never tried to buy Fimbulhorn, so it like don't know for sure. I wasn't allowed to have mine, so I mean I could keep this one. It would be a good joke. Maybe disrespectful. She hands it back to you.
thank you.
Yeah, so like it's a stone ship. What attacked us? What was it?
Some kind of being or elemental formed of mist.
I mean, there's like some stories right about like pirates who like attack with the fog and the mist that goes before them. So maybe something like that.
Well, that makes me wonder if the stone vessel was victims of this creature, or perhaps they were the pirates and it broke free of their control.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of in a bit of a piracy space, maybe. The Goliath and the Firbolg from up there. When they come out, they're generally not very friendly. So this could be a raider or a pirate. How old is the ship?
Don't know that I have any idea.
Don't know. It's probably there's lots of stories about like ghost pirates and like pirates who are ghostly and also ghosts. I don't know. It's kind of it's a pretty common theme, especially because high fog happens a lot. Yeah. So like, she shrugs.
Fair enough. Let me speak to the UE. Get us back underway.
Yeah. So you head out. Take you back to the mappy map. You're shooting for Jastheim to drop off these Gork pigs.
Mhm.
You know it'll only be a few more days. The fog is still pretty relentless. Yeah, the Gork pigs from Gork. Correct. They spore. Don't worry about it. And you were trying to make the best time, right?
Yes. I
Yes.
was doing, I think, best time plus some, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember what that was. at the time.
Yeah, I think you were doing like time and 3/4 because you did a check for it. You were hot dogging.
Yep.
So yeah, it'll take you, by your estimates. Yeah, I mean, you've started to kind of geek out over the UE a little bit, if I recall, realizing how precise it could match your like coordination. Yeah, it'll, by your estimates, it should take about 2.5 days to get there. And yeah, how do you go about? Do you try to attune to this thing, Sev?
What? Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, what else do you do
Yes.
with it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll attune to it.
I'll show it to everyone then. Or yeah, I'll just show it to everyone. This is what it is. Once you attune to it, you realize, like, as you like make a motion with it after attuning with it for the first time, a long like billowy whip like rolls out of the end of it, like a really long whip. And as you sort of lash it around, it's like longer than a whip should be.
Yes.
What about the the scarf that you have, Zadicus?
I will sort of offer that up if anyone is interested in it. We took this and don't know exactly what it does, but I mean, it was hidden in a compartment, so I imagine it's useful to someone. Could be cursed. Just, full disclosure.
I'll tie it around my waist and see what it does to me.
There's a good man. Brave soldier. There you go. I back up at least 15 feet.
Yep. As you tie it around your waist, I assume at this point, Sev, do you inform them all about what you found?
Nah.
Or just hoard it like a gremlin?
They'll see it later. If someone asks, I'll tell them, but
Fair
I'm
enough.
not gonna like run up to anyone.
Okay, so as you tie it around your waist, there's a weird feeling in your brain, Dux, which says that there are things inside the scarf.
I try to pull a thing out of the scarf.
You cannot. You reach in and you can't like. Your hand just pokes it.
Huh. Guys, there's things in this thing. I don't know what that means.
We can look at it.
Take an hour, figure it out.
Dux, you feel like it's it's odd. If you feel like it's waiting.
I'm sure whenever the things inside this scarf feel like showing themselves, they shall. No need to rush the process, I guess. Now,
It-
in order to identify these things, you said you needed a pearl. Maybe we should do some hunting, little diving for shells.
Chicken out that fast?
What?
What, you didn't attune to it?
I've
Interesting.
attuned to it. It just, does not wish to reveal itself to
Here's
me
the thing.
You say there are things in there? And telepathically, Constance will say in primordial and deep speech, common and Auckland,
Uh-huh.
hello in there. And I have to rely on this. No, wrong one. I have to rely on this to get any sort of vibe if they respond or not.
Yeah.
My telepathy is busted.
You feel like a very clear, like, sort of primordial feeling. And the feeling you get from it is you're getting the sense that it is the scarf, not something inside. And the scarf is sending a message of essentially ask. Like, or rather, it is sending a waiting request. That whatever the feeling of that is, like waiting, waiting.
Dux, apparently there are not entities in the scarf, but the scarf is itself an entity, and it is waiting. For what, I am unsure.
Scarf, please give me whatever it is that you are holding.
Yeah, all at
Wow.
once, a whole bunch of shit just falls out around you onto the ground. The first thing that, like, it seems like these little hands, almost these little like wispy hands, reach up inside and then just start dropping shit onto the ground. You see a like large gray scarf, sort of, or not a large gray scarf, a large gray cloak just gets pulled out and dumped onto the ground. There is a simple ring that looks like it's made of kind of a cerulean metal, just clink, 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 rolls onto the ground. There's a silver rod that has a thundering storm cloud on one side, etched in what looks like some kind of ebon steel. And there is a pair of metallic gauntlets which gently hum and crackle with electricity. On the knuckle of the index, middle, and ring finger, you can see these little gemmed nodes which are glowing faintly. In addition, you see what looks like a very ornate stone box kind of drops to the ground and slides to the side, and a pouch that you can hear hits the ground with a jingle of coins.
Hell yeah.
Well done.
Thank you, Scarf.
Scarf feels pleased.
Now, Scarf entity, if I should wish for you to hang on to some things for me in the future, is that possible, or was that, do you give and not receive?
It started to answer with the feeling of like just specificity until you started saying about give or take instead of give, and then it seems to be confused.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna try to put my halberd in the scarf.
Yeah, it's real weird to look at, everybody else. Because he, like, you essentially see as he's pushing it into what looks like a fold in the scarf, the like hilt first, like the handle, as it's slowly going in. And you realize like you're having a problem maybe getting the end of the halberd in. It seems to be like almost catching. But everybody sees you just sort of like sword swallow fucking like the whole haft of your halberd into a random fold in the scarf around your waist.
All right, well, that's neat. It's like a scarf of holding. Now all this paraphernalia that came out of it. What does anyone care to want any of it in particular?
Unless there's a gemstone of some sort. Oh, actually, I might want to take a look at the rod. Sorry.
Here, I will post everything just so that all of this stuff which looks magical.
Now these lightning gauntlets definitely scream your name, Sev, but you do already have some lightning gauntlets, so or thunder gauntlets, or
I mean, there's always room to improve. I could always try and like replicate or integrate it, but that might take some time. If no one
This-
else is going to use them, I can hang on to them by all means, but you know,
this
I don't want to
cerulean
hog everything.
metal ring looks very interesting. I do like my jewelry.
Do you pick it up?
Yes.
It is very warm to the touch, pleasantly warm.
Beacon picks up one of the gauntlets and begins examining it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it might be a little bit it's adjacent to tech that you saw, like that you've seen Seb use, but it looks like somebody like followed a different path to get there that's much more magical than whatever it is Seb's gauntlets piston around.
Are they egregiously large?
They're much smaller. Even like for the hand size, like they're clearly sized for a like Goliath hand. Actually, they're still significantly smaller than Seb's ridiculous gauntlets.
We put our hand in and like flex the size of it.
Yeah, you feel in the inside there's almost like an internal like exoskeleton that seems to like mimic your motions.
The echo forms and takes up the other gauntlet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it still feels like, again, like it's mirroring your hand movements, even though you can clearly feel that your hand is not filling it.
We're gonna try attuning to him.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so we'll go through in order. Who's grabbing what?
I mean, Dux already has the scarf of holding, so he'll, let the other items go to other people unless they don't want them, and then he's eyeing that ring.
I'll take the rod, and you said there was a didn't you say that there was, in addition to the coin purse, like a little case of something?
Yeah, there's a little box, there's a little stone box, and when you open it up, it seems to just be full of ashes. But the ashes are very well preserved.
I close it and just put it back down.
Mhm.
Yeah. Probably their cat or something. She just like puts it back down.
Is anyone interested in this vapor cloak?
I already have a cloak that I'm very attached to.
Oh, well, I guess I will take the cloak then. Constance will spend an hour concentrating on the cloak.
All right. To simplify things, I'm gonna go through in order. the things that do, and most of these things do not have attunement, but I think after tinkering with them for long enough, you get the gist, especially over the time we have. So I'll show you everything, and then you can decide who gets what with more mechanics in mind. So this is the first thing. The cloak.
Cool.
It's a double jump, in addition to just being
Double
faster.
jump.
This is the scarf. As you identified, Scarf of Holding. With a bit of a difference
The
in that.
mental image of a bunch of little hands like
Yep.
wrapped around your neck.
Uh-huh. And most of the time it just looks like a really wrinkly scarf. Here is the gauntlets. Oh, hang on. Did I post? Hang on, this one's wrong. It's helpful to not paste things into the GM notes part, generally speaking. Yeah, so these are just punches what do more lightning damage. Here is the rod. The ring is interesting, Dux. When you try to hand it away, you feel like you don't really want to.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that. That's great to hear.
It doesn't really feel like you should.
You know, this ring really just it fits my aesthetic very well.
I will show it to you, Dux. But yeah, you don't really want to let it go. It's odd.
Yeah, this seems like it was meant for me. If any of you would like to take this scarf, you may. It's very neat. Could wear it as a sash or a belt.
We have very few belongings.
Really, I guess whomever would like to keep track of the bulk of the stuff that we acquire, I don't mind that job, but I feel a bit odd taking 2 of the items that we have found here today.
The scarf does look quite good on you, almost as nice as the ring.
That's very kind of you to say, Constance.
Also, I assume in this sort of showing all the loot, Sev, do you keep it hoarded?
Does anyone ask?
That's a good question.
We don't ask, but the Echo does. The Echo does take the other gauntlet off of the other part of Beacon and just drops them both at your feet, Sev.
Yeah? What about him?
We need our hands free.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, they're gauntlets. You can still hold a glaive. If you ever get disarmed, Cow.
Sev, give me an
That
Arcana
will
check.
not happen.
Yeah. You pick one up, glance it over, very quickly realize, like, oh, most of this is just a gauntlet. The little, like, 3 gems that seem to be charged are the magic bits. You figure you could maybe very carefully and very slowly take it apart and while keeping the magical property together. Probably. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah. I'll take them. She stuffs them in her bag and scribbles down some notes.
All right. So that leaves the rod.
Mm-hmm. Did someone take the cloak already?
No, actually, Constance was going to offer it up, and actually, excuse me, offer it to Beacon and say it may help getting up and down from the crow's nest.
They sort of blink at it a few times. And above table, I don't mind taking it. But our bonus action dasher would actually do really well with it as well.
Our bonus action dasher has a magic cloak.
He's got a cloak already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got
All
the
right.
cloak of the manta ray. So
Oh,
It's a
that's
good
right.
cloak.
I forget.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic cloak. I just forgot that was your item. In that case, I'll take that one. That has, yeah.
So that leaves the rod and the scarf, unless anybody has mentioned the whip.
Sadicus has been operating under the assumption that once it is identified, the rest of us will be told what it is. But we need the pearl for that. So once we
Yeah,
get
I mean, Sev has at the very least attuned to it, so understands what it does. It's just up to Sev to share or not. Somebody would have to ask, I suppose.
Did we ever figure out what was up with that whip?
Sev will be like, "Oh yeah, the whip." Right. She'll like unhook one of her arms from the gauntlets, and the hilt will materialize in her hand. Yeah, this thing. That thing's sick. Watch. She'll like start like she'll lash it out in a direction where there's nobody, and it'll go like incredibly far.
Incredibly important question about the windswept cloak. If you just jump 10 feet into the air, you gotta land from 10 feet in the air, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, it go up.
Uh-huh.
There better be something up for you to be on.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna come back down.
I was like, oh, that would be really. You jump and then like right before you hit the bottom, but no, it says it has to be at the top of your jump, not the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go 10 feet higher.
Yeah.
But what goes up must come down.
Mm-hmm.
That's a D6 damage on a jump.
It's got a use case, okay? You just double jump on a roof like it's nothing.
Bet Romeo wishes he had a windswept cloak.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna say, or I just put my echo up there and swap places with the echo. But
you're not wrong. Yeah, you can just do that.
That's way safer and can put me on a 3rd-story building if I felt like it.
Look, you're free to do what you want with what you're given.
I mean,
you can just ball it up and throw it in the sea. Don't even want it.
No, I'm like, it's I love the idea of using this when it is by far the worst of two options that I have.
Uh,
I mean, the dash is nothing to sneeze at. That gives me an 80-foot dash speed.
mhm.
Holy
All
shit.
right. So that's accounted for. What about the rod?
Yeah, if the rod's just left rolling around on the deck, Constance will pick it up.
Yep.
Constance is definitely picking up the little box, particularly if Sev has already said, oh, it's probably the ashes of like somebody's cat.
Yeah, you pick up the little box.
Yeah.
Oh, Zadicus, you want this thing? I don't know. I can fight and shit, but like you got the moves.
You're muted, Ted.
Holy shit, how long have I been muted?
Apparently a bit.
God damn it. Sure, Seth, I'll give it a try. Holy shit.
All right. Whip goes to Zadicus.
Yep.
What about the Scarf of Holding?
I mean, I don't mind hanging on to it if that just leaves me to keep track of the bag of holding for the party.
You want to be the pack mule?
Yeah, I can do that.
It's a volunteering position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The pouch you found, and one of the floorboard Zadicus had 20 platinum in it. The pouch
And the entire pouch over.
Yep. The pouch that was inside of the cloak only has 10 platinum in it.
So that's 30 platinum.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just
Total.
stick it in the scarf of holding.
Yeah, again, the effect when you put something in is truly disconcerting looking to everybody else because there's no like opening. It sort of just looks like again into his belt, I guess. He just like takes a handful of it and just sort of shoves it in and it just goes away.
That is very creepy to watch. It is even stranger knowing you are comfortable having that around your neck. Just at any time, you can just gone into the scarf.
The whatever sentience this thing seems to hold doesn't feel particularly malicious. I'll be all right. If I have to fight it, I'll be sure to win.
Okay. So another thing after you attune to this rod Constance,
Mm-hmm.
you also intuitively understand like what it signifies, which is that this is the rod denoting a high, I should say a high stature in the Vosted hierarchy. This is a sky speaker, which means it's one of the people who has ascended the volcano and been struck by lightning and came back down. It is odd for you to sort of gain all of this information from interfacing with an object, but it's suddenly things that you intuitively know without really knowing why you know them. If that makes sense.
I gotcha.
Yep. Okay. So, another 2.5 days. Is there anything specific anybody wants to be doing? Sev, I assume you have some projects to work on.
Yes.
Which order?
Probably working on figuring out how to get the gauntlet onto my gauntlet in one piece.
Give me a Tinker Stools with advantage. You got a pretty good roll on your first roll.
Vantage,
Yeah.
sorry.
20. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
22
22 will
is the
do.
roll.
Another thing we need to remember is that you can switch your cantrips up with your little tool to give yourself things like guidance.
Oh yeah, wait, I do have guidance. What the fuck am I doing?
Go
Yeah,
ahead and roll the guidance just for fun. We'll remember eventually, I promise.
Okay. 23.
You can do it. It is going to take more time than you would like, simply because you do not want to cause like a meltdown in this item or completely destabilize it. So you have to very, very slowly and carefully pull out each one of these things one by one. And it probably more than anything is just a matter of very marginally pulling them away from the gauntlet itself. You think that the attaching them, assuming you can design some kind of fixture they could attach to, which will probably be a part of this check as well, that part seems comparatively easy. The trick is managing to get these things off of this thing slow enough that you don't completely break the magic. And you think you can do it, it's just going to take a couple days.
Yeah, I think my strategy would be trying to very, very carefully and methodically dislodge all of them and take
Mhm.
them all out very, very slowly and carefully at the same time as to not like break their formation, so to
Yeah.
speak.
I think you spend probably a full day just carefully examining it before you take it apart,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
to make sure. And it'll probably take 4 to 5 days for you to comfortably strip them all out and have them all arrayed. Because once you've stripped them out, you think you can maybe incrementally move them further away from the gauntlet
Right.
slowly to try to break apart whatever connection is there. But you think you got it. You rolled well.
Hey, that's my next 4
Mhm.
4 to 5 days.
Yeah, so the next several days pass without incident, unless there are any conversations or scenes you want to.
The first night when once everyone that is going to go to sleep has gone to sleep, Zadicus will go find Lim and Brim on deck.
Yeah, they're up on deck. Beacon is in their usual position high up the crow's nest.
Yep.
Using the thief sign that we have established that we both know, Zadicus will just get across the message that Thena's secret is safe with him. He sees no reason to tell anyone.
Yeah, I think they're both. It takes them a long moment to respond. Brim nods tersely and looks away. Lim signs to you. We have to keep her hidden.
Is someone chasing her?
She glances at
Hunting
Brim's
her.
back, who isn't looking, and signs to you and says, long story. She pauses. Again, she's glancing nervously at Brim, who is kind of turned away. If you want her to give you more, try to give me a persuasion check if you want. Or if you're
I'm not gonna.
satisfied with that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna push it at this point.
Mhm.
Just some other time. If there's anything I can do, just let me know. We will keep her safe. We indicating limit.
She signs to you, we are very grateful. As she glances at Brim, she's just bad at showing it. And then she sort of nods, reaches out, and like pats you on the arm, very like friendly, and goes back to sort of walking around in circles, which is what they do for most of the night.
Yeah, I will go down and go to bed since I'm not on night shift.
Yep. All right.
Dux will go and find Thena and just he's not going to be like interrogating or anything, but is going to just I know that was quite a difficult experience. I just wanted to make sure you're doing all right, and that you know you're safe with us.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I was really scared, but this uh, Mr. Zadakis, he came down and he got him really good.
hmm
Hmm.
Yes, he's good at that. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, just if there's anything you need, just let us know.
Yeah, she cocks ahead. She goes, "Yeah, I was really scared." Um,
I'm sure we all were.
she glances at the ring on your finger.
Oh,
What's that?
it's a very nice ring. We found it on that ship.
Oh,
It feels somehow connected to me.
oh.
Have Have you ever heard of the Sea Touched?
You see her eyes widen. No,
Hmm.
no.
Well, certain people, usually those born and near the sea or on the sea or that kind of thing, feel a very strong connection with it. Uh, it's part of the reason my fur is so iridescent. It's um, gives me the ability to uh, do things I otherwise couldn't. And this ring seems to attune with that part of me very well.
That's very nice. It's very pretty. Well, I'll talk to you. I'm gonna go to sleep now. I think I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
yeah.
see if Helig Bjor will let me sleep with her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
she's a good
uh,
pillow.
mhm. Well, good night.
Uh-huh.
Sleep well.
Yeah, she kind of walks through your legs and walks over, knocks at the door. She glances back at you, and again, there is an unguarded kind of eyes widening as she opens the door and enters into Helig Bjor's room.
hmm I'm gonna go see if I can find Zadicus.
Yeah, weirdly, Zadicus is probably coming back down at this point. It's right around the same time, I think.
Hey, Zadicus. I was wondering if I could talk to you.
Sure, of course. What can I do for you?
When you went downstairs, well, I was speaking with Thena. I was a little concerned. During that attack, I felt something very strongly. I felt her terror. It was odd because it was not something I heard, but just something that reverberated within me. I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be. She was not hurt, although there were multiple mist creatures down here. Lim and Prim helped me in dispatching them, but
She also seemed very interested in this ring that I have. I, s- I spoke with her a bit about the ring is. It seems to have connected to the sea touched part of me.
oh,
I feel as though she may have known more than she wanted to talk to me about, and you know, secrecy is for anyone to keep. But I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything to be concerned about.
As far as I'm aware, there is nothing to be concerned about. I imagine that most of the people on this ship, ourselves included, all have things that they are not entirely upfront about. That seems to be the nature of a mod ship in general.
Hmm.
So I don't. I am aware, given our own companions, that I am aware that size is not always an indicator of danger, but I don't think that we have anything to fear from Thena.
Hmm. I guess I wasn't too worried about being afraid of her, but afraid for her. But if you say there's nothing to worry about, then I trust you. I look forward to the completion of this journey and uh, many more journeys to come. These fights have been very rewarding.
I will take your word for it. I think the looting of the stone ship was perhaps the most rewarding, but no, I think once we once we finish this particular, let's be real, once we get these Gorp pigs off this ship and figure out exactly what it is this mysterious employer actually wanted, then I think that there is a solid crew and an interesting ship, to be sure. I imagine there will be far more interesting and rewarding conflicts in our future.
Indeed. Well, sleep well. Good night.
You as well. You as well. You are right about one thing, that there is perhaps, as our smallest and youngest crewmate, if we are most concerned with being afraid for someone, Thena would be my guess to have the most to run from. You only run
Mhm.
that small if there is something truly horrible chasing you.
Aye.
So yeah, you each head to bed. The rest of the few days pass fairly uneventfully. You've settled into the norm of your day-to-day ship lives. Uh, you see as you are kind of approaching Jastheim, it is very clearly a small, sort of rustic in aesthetic, somewhere between a village and a city. It is very clearly fishing oriented. There are, like, even from a distance, you can see people moving everywhere, carrying barrels, carrying some actually carrying very large fishes on like spits. As you're approaching, Mig tells everyone, shortly after arriving, we will be meeting with Roostal, a friend who will take the Gork pigs, and then we will leave.
Do we get paid here or when we get back to
No, when we get back to Pendledock.
how long's that?
Glances at
God.
Zadicus.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, no, Pendledock.
Mhm.
Oof. If I had to guess, about 10 days or so. 10 days. Unfortunately, we have to go around the bottom of Shoal, so. And then we'll probably. Well, the lands of Harmony are mostly under the ocean. We could sail directly over them if we wanted. That will probably shave us down to, yes, like I said, 10 days.
Okay.
Perhaps as we circumnavigate the, well, not navigate around the southern tip of Shoal, we'll meet another mist monster and another ghost ship that we can loot.
You'll
Yeah, that's
forgive me, I
fair.
hope, if I don't really hope for that one. Maybe we can just meet a treasure vessel that doesn't have the monster but does have the treasure. How about that? I think that's
Yes, and gives it to us freely.
As you pull into one of the docks, there aren't a lot. There's virtually no other mod ships here, so you're getting quite a lot of looks. But very shortly thereafter, a large Goliath man wearing what are clearly like waterproof leathers, almost like I don't know what they're called, like the overalls that are waterproof, in addition to a large floppy hat, comes walking up, accompanied by a minder who is dressed very similarly. The difference being she has a hat on her head, and the hat seems to have a little hole in the top of it, out of which the steam is slowly billowing.
That is adorable.
The man like glances at Mig and at the ship, says, "You are the UE, yes?"
Crew of yes.
Indeed. We have come with your shipment of Gork pigs. Right. I'll drop. You drop it. Oh, rude. He gestures to the minder. This is Hapsty. She waves.
2 units of cargo have not been granted to us. We should be retrieving them shortly.
That's quite all right. This is supposed to be sort of a test anyway, so he's glancing at Hapsty a lot while he's speaking. It should not be too much of a problem. We will let your employer know if it is, but you will not be penalized.
who would
You,
hear it.
you hear a faint swear as you hear like a bang below deck, and the hatch starts to slowly lower to allow the Gork pigs to get out. As you look over, you see Patch with all of his arms holding like sticks, like slowly pushing them forward. Beacon, it's at this point you you now have heard the sneaky speak a lot. Roll me a perception check with advantage.
I was actually going to ask if I was going to hear anything.
Yep.
I just also had to vacuum up some
Yeah.
popcorn.
You've got its fucking number at this point, in theory.
Well, we'll see. We'll see
Yeah,
if the
we'll see.
dice agree.
Yeah.
I say yes.
Again, it is a very quick exchange, almost into the gaps in conversation, where Mig is sending to her coordinates, and again, there seems to be a focus on piracy, amongst other things. Relayed very clearly the information about the fog thing, which doesn't seem to have been a priority, but is noted. She sends back. It's roll me. Let's see.
I have a bit of a world question.
Yeah.
How likely is it that I have ever sailed with a minder before?
It is possible that you have. They tend to keep to themselves. So you might have been on the same ship as one for a little while.
And would I have ever in the past possibly seen an exchange like this before?
Interestingly,
not really an exchange, but like this exact sort of data transfer?
Very specifically, no. That is a good question. No.
Okay. That was my question, was
Mhm.
if this stands out as something
Yep.
Beacon now has concern about.
Yeah. The response back from Hapsty you're getting is a lot of dense information about the state of what is going on the glacier. But not it's hard to make sense of with any precision. It's
Mhm.
a lot more information being crammed into a much tighter space,
Mhm.
whereas MiG doesn't have as much to transmit.
Mhm.
But yeah, you very clearly catch that again in this like 20-second blip between the two of them.
Okay, thank you.
As all the Gork pigs are shepherded off, Roos kind of looks at Hapsty, who turns and nods to him. He goes, "Well, if you happen to be in these parts again, stop on by. Maybe let us know you're coming."
Just one moment, real quick.
Mhm.
We found a stone ship, roughly 2.5 days around the bend and north of here. This was on it. I didn't know if it was maybe identifiable and could be returned to the proper family. And produce the horn.
Yeah, he glances at it. He goes, so that's a religion thing. Old religion.
Yes, I don't rightly speak the language. There's
Mm.
markings here. I didn't know if it had a name or perhaps something that you could use to find who it belonged to.
He sort of squints and turns it left and right and says, "Oh, there's no name on here, so I don't."
Well, I suppose I shall hold on to it then.
I
Maybe
mean, I could
can...
give it to the elders, maybe, but
Sure.
you want to keep it, or?
No, I was hoping to return it to whoever its owner was. So if anyone is missing a horn sent on to a stone ship, it was in the captain's quarters, if that helps narrow down your search.
Well, I'll relay all that. What's your name, in case it does get back to whomever?
No, not necessary.
You sure? I mean, it's kind of old thing. One of the old clans.
Just
Might be
contact
happy
the
to hear.
UE if there is anything.
Hmm.
I am Zadicus. I am on board the UE.
Right. Zadicus of the UE. No problem.
Yep, that will do.
He sort of like holds it like he's not really sure if he should be careful with it. This is clearly not a man who is used to like sort of handling something with care like this. So he's sort of holding it like one would dynamite. Well, it's as I said, it's been a pleasure. Mig, it's nice to meet you. And Mig nods, says, "Likewise." "It is good to see you, Hapsty." And she nods, "Likewise." Mig turns to the rest of you. "Shall we be going?"
Do we need to resupply or restock or anything?
"I do not believe so, but if you require the purchase of fish, this is a good place."
Constance?
Ooh. Perhaps a moment or two, please. And Constance will run off in whatever direction the market is.
Yeah. I mean, there's like the low tier fish you can get pretty cheap. I'm not going to price out fish, but if you spent a good amount of money, you could probably get one of like if you spent like 5 gold, you could get a big like one of the massive fish. which
I-
seems like it might be good.
I'd like to remind everyone now, I believe we have enough money for an identified diamond.
Yeah, I was just about to identify. Yeah, I was just
And
about
you're
to
in a
say,
fishing
Sev,
village.
maybe take some of the platinum that we found and find what you need.
What, you talking to me?
You were the one who was going to cast the spell, right?
Oh,
I
yeah. I
assume
mean,
we'll know what kind of pearl we're looking for.
nah, just like a one that isn't too fucked up.
Well, I mean, I could pick one up while we're out, I guess. Have you
Yeah,
got an owl feather?
No. I guess I gotta stop by a place and get like a component pouch or some shit.
I think with your your like artificer, your tools can replace everything except the
Okay,
pearl.
good.
So-
Yeah.
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 You don't actually need components. You just need components that have a gold component
Mhm.
or a value component.
Well, on our way to find the pearl.
Yep.
You don't have anything to identify right now.
Well, I'm sure it'll come in handy down the road.
That's fair.
We have more than enough money. I'm sure it'll be fine.
How much is more than enough?
3 times as much.
Hmm. How about we also, if we find it, if I could maybe have a gem?
I'm
And then,
sure
and
that
then I'll, and then I'll pay you back when I get paid from this job. Don't worry about that. It's the same price as a pearl. I just kind of don't have money.
yeah, I'm sure that's perfectly fine. I think it'd probably be a good idea for you to come along. That way, I don't get the wrong thing. It would suck to spend 200 gold and not get what we needed.
Yeah,
You, me,
that's
and
fair.
Constance, let's hit the market.
Hit the town.
Yes, wonderful.
As you go walking into this fishing village, it's very clear there's like an area where fishmongers are selling things. Although all of you get a lot of very weird looks as you walk in, as the like predominant type of person here is the Goliath and Furbolg. It also means that a lot of the stalls are a little too high, a little too high up for a lot of you. Like they're built to scale for these people and not you. So a lot of it is like you peeking on your tiptoes, like constant getting lifted up by ducks to see what's on the counter. And yeah, you can buy, whatever amount of money you want to spend on a fish. Sev, I think it's easy enough to find a diver who could sell you like a pearl of sufficient quality. As far as a gem goes, I don't think you have much luck. Like the
Not even like a
diver,
not even like a little crystal, nothing. I mean,
no.
we could go outside the fish market, right?
I mean, if you want.
Just start going house to house. Would you happen to have a family heirloom that we could purchase off of you?
No, just go to some magic shop. They got magic shops here, right?
In this small fishing village?
Look at me.
Remember, Sev, you're seaside, not spearside.
You think they had magic
You wanna
shops
drop?
here side? Fuck no. My plan had scrap and rats and like nuclear and mag waste. Like that, we didn't have magic shops. I just assumed that was a common thing here.
In the large settlements, possibly, but not much magic everywhere. I mean, like I said, we could go house to house and see if someone had something, but dedicated
Eh.
shop going to need to find a larger port, most likely.
I'll just get one when I get to Pendle Dock.
You handing 100 gold over for a pearl, by the way. The diver who takes it from you, like, eyes like widen at the at just the sheer amount of gold in one place, although it isn't platinum. So it's probably more eyes widening in the presence of platinum. But
I see his reaction and sort of like nudge Dux and be like, "Hey, maybe we should haggle next time."
You said you needed a pearl that was worth 100 gold. That's what we. Perhaps you're right.
Dux, things worth 100 gold don't always sell for 100 gold.
Now, did we just pay 100 gold for something not worth 100 gold? Is the true concern.
Can I look it up? You said it was sufficient quality. Like I assume I examined it before I like had Dux pay him,
Yep.
right?
And the second the platinum hit the like top of the stall, it just vanished. Diver's still smiling.
Yeah, that is a very fun question. Can you buy like? Because then it is technically worth 100 gold.
Who knows? Oh, look, isn't it good that you don't have to deal with that metaphysical quandary because you paid full price? Is it what it's worth to you in your heart, or what it's worth to someone else? Good question. What is value of anything?
Constance, upon hearing Dux and Sev discuss the purchase price versus value of a pearl and whether or not it's possible that they've overpaid for this pearl and it is potentially worth less than the 100 gold they paid for it, combined with the shocked look of the diver upon seeing the 10 platinum, Constance will just walk right up to the diver. I imagine they come up to about the diver's knees.
Yeah, he's a fur bulk man.
Yeah, would be my guess. And Constance just looks directly up at him and says, "We are very dangerous individuals, not to be trifled with."
My jaw just dropped looking up at Dux. I'm just like, what?
And I just spin on my heel and walk away.
He cocks a head and like first looks amused, but then as you turn away, it's just kind of slack-jawed. Like looks to the other two of you.
Dux just kind of like, I'm gonna use a little bit of thaumaturgy to ruffle my fur and glow a little bit more powerfully.
There is a beat, and then all of the like wares scattered on the top of his little stall, are all kind of folded out in one long, rolled out pouch. He rolls it shut, turns, and just darts down an alley.
Good day. Have a nice afternoon.
A lot of the other like merchants in this circle that you're in are all staring at the three of you now.
Sev is just sort of frozen, like it just pulled slightly away from Dux, just hand on face, just like, mouth open. What?
So, will that pearl do?
I'll do just fine.
Fantastic.
Sev,
Man,
Well, Constance, off to collect some fish.
Oh, look, what a lovely specimen. And Constance is pawing a fish, turns to explain. The good news is that I am very familiar with what fish make good eating and what to look for in those fish that makes good eating. The bad news is we eat mostly raw fish.
is that bad news?
Not if you like your fish raw.
I'm sure I could get used to it. Perhaps we can work on cooking fish together. It's my stomach is not the um
Oh, to be clear, I have cooked many fish. I personally don't have much experience with eating it that way, so I can't attest for the quality nearly as much as I can for the raw fish.
well, I've eaten plenty of fish in my day. I'm sure between the two of us we can figure it out.
Wonderful. We will make excellent choices together. And we buy a bunch of fish.
yeah, you just tell me how much gold you're throwing on it. I'll come up with something.
I mean, how long are we gonna be?
Let me play a little bit of rewind here.
Mhm.
How confident am I that I can keep fish fresh in our newly found chest?
I mean, if it keeps it cold, probably pretty confident.
Okay, great. Then I don't know, 10 gold worth of fish.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sounds
you
good to
get
me.
an amount of really quite high quality fish for this town. They give you an amount of fish that if you did not have a means of storing would perhaps be irresponsible considering fish. The fish doesn't seem to be salted either. It seems to be fresh. And yeah, they hand over the fish, take the platinum from you. And yeah, the only other thing that happens is as you are about to leave, Sev, a Furbolg child comes running over and touches the gauntlet and then shrieks and runs away. And you see a 3 or 4, 2 Furbolg and 2 Goliath children all like start clapping and then just run away with the child. You're muted, but
Oh, me? Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
yeah, it's fine. Some Furbolg children, one Furbolg child came up and tapped your gauntlet and then shrieked and ran away to a bunch of other children who ran off into an alley.
Seb just sort of like looks at it and is like, I mean, it didn't explode. What happened?
Yeah, they seem to have just touched it.
Did he just not know what metal is? She looks around and is like, they do? The hell?
And so
I guess she'll sort of like wave half-heartedly with the big hands and leave.
yeah, you see the last one that's like standing out, like peeking around the corner of the alley, shrieks and goes running. It's a shriek that is more like an excited
Yeah,
child
yeah.
shriek than scared. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Oak hero and shit.
And yeah, I think that is where we will take our break. And then when we come back, we'll do the little bit of travel and then Pendeldock and meeting your employer.
Yay!
It's usually 10 or 15.
And now, intermission. Refreshment time.
Sure is great being on a drive-in watching Super Flick and eating all this great food.
This flick is making me hungry.
It makes me want to flick my bick.
We should have gone to the drive-in where we could eat and flick to our heart's content.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, come on then. I'm going to have a pizza and popcorn and ice cream.
And I'm gonna have a burger with fries and a soft drink. Yum, yum, yum. This was a great idea.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome. It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now. Sparkling soft drinks. Steaming hot coffee. Steamed or grilled hot dogs. Crispy hot fresh French fries. How about a pizza? None better anywhere.
sneaking out to the drive-in? Why not take the kiddies along and save the expense of a sitter? Everyone enjoys the drive-in.
Our new Cutlass now.
Sure handles easy.
Drive happy. Cutlass can make you a little drive happy.
I forgot to get the newspaper.
Glad we ordered these swivel bucket seats.
Yeah, in case I get to drive someday.
The Cutlass S, Oldsmobile's sporty fastback at a price that's less than you might think to help make you really drive happy.
Drive happy.
Can I drive now?
Take a good look at Clyde Garfield's Cadillac and Oldsmobile dealership, and then take a drive in a new Oldsmobile, Cadillac, or one of the fine used cars, serviced by Clyde's 21 factory-trained personnel and expert craftsmen. Cadillac and Oldsmobile means the very best in automobiles, and Clyde Garfield is the best in dealership and service. Clyde Garfield's Cadillac and Oldsmobile, New England Automobile Village, Route 3, New Hampshire.
You're invited to stop in at Nashua's own McDonald's on Route 101A. You'll find McDonald's high-quality, fast service, and reasonable prices. Also, visit McDonald's at the Drum Hill shopping area in Chelmsford. Treat yourself and the family at McDonald's soon.
And now, intermission. Refreshment time.
it's great being at a drive-in watching Super Flick and eating all this great food.
This flick is making me hungry.
It makes me want to flick my bick.
We should have gone to the drive-in where we could eat and flick to our heart's content.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, come on then. I'm going to have a pizza and popcorn and ice cream.
And I'm gonna have a burger with fries and a soft drink. Yum, yum, yum. This was a great idea.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome. It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now. Sparkling soft drinks. Steaming hot coffee. Steamed or grilled hot dogs. Crispy hot fresh French fries. How about a pizza? None better anywhere.
sneaking out to the drive-in? Why not take the kiddies along and save the expense of a sitter? Everyone enjoys the drive-in.
Our new Cutlass now.
Sure handles easy.
Drive happy. Cutlass can make you a little drive happy.
I forgot to get the newspaper.
Glad we ordered these swivel bucket seats.
Yeah, in case I get to drive someday.
The Cutlass S, Oldsmobile's sporty fastback at a price that's less than you might think to help make you really drive happy.
Drive happy.
Can I drive now?
Take a good look at Clyde Garfield's Cadillac and Oldsmobile dealership. And then take a drive in a new Oldsmobile, Cadillac, or one of the fine used cars. Serviced by Clyde's 21 factory-trained personnel and expert craftsmen. Cadillac and Oldsmobile means the very best in automobiles. And Clyde Garfield is the best in dealership and service. Clyde Garfield's Cadillac and Oldsmobile, New England Automobile Village, Route 3, New Hampshire.
You're invited to stop in at Nashua's own McDonald's on Route 101A. You'll find McDonald's high-quality, fast service, and reasonable prices. Also, visit McDonald's at the Drum Hill shopping area in Chelmsford. Treat yourself and the family at McDonald's soon.
Okay. Yeah, the trip out of this place and back to Pendeldock is blessedly uneventful by comparison. Sev, you have plenty of time to get your sort of electric gems integrated into your gauntlet. Functionally, it's just, it does the same thing across the board. It just is now integrated.
Gotcha.
You will also have some time if you want to try to work on the next project in the queue, which I believe was shoring up the zip line.
Yes.
Okay. Give me a tinkering check with advantage, since you're trying to like build off of a pretty good base. Yeah. Okay. I think, barring something remarkable, you've gotten this like pulley system down. It should work pretty reliably. You shouldn't need to do that much upkeep on it. It should just work. There may be some use cases where if you used it too roughly, or like if something caught on fire, I don't know. There are cases where it could break, but for the moment, you think, yeah, it's gonna work, and that takes you probably like another 2 to 3 days, with a lot of beta testing by Beacon.
There's not an insignificant amount of times where the tests are run while the Echo is watching from the crow's nest, and upon an incredibly hard, painful, and difficult impact on a testing failure, they laugh uproariously.
Sev is like creep the fuck out at that.
What? A Beacon laugh must sound bizarre.
I don't know if I can summon one right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's some shrill mix of dial-up and like, and just a like a monotone like ha 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 ha.
Well, they don't sound like they don't sound like a robot.
Yeah, I know.
There is something deeply sinister about the laugh, though, mostly because it is an extreme flux in tone.
Yeah.
At one of these failures where the Echo starts laughing, I just like look to the Echo and go, okay, all right. I've been polite. I haven't been prodding because people say I prod too much. I let everyone else do that. But what's your deal with the body? Like, I mean, I know you. Do you like feel its pain? It doesn't seem like it, but moreover, do you like get a replacement when that one bugs out?
I will receive a replacement, yes.
Alright, cool. But like, do you have to be in a specific place? Or if you just eat it right now, you'll just be in the lantern until you get a body?
I will have to return home, which would be tedious and out of the way and very difficult and might take some time.
Can you carry the lantern? She points at the Echo.
No.
Alright, then how are you getting home?
The body says I do plan on returning home before it would be necessary, but otherwise Beacon knows that they would be stranded here or wherever unless there was someone willing to take them home.
Right. Okay. Body, question for you. You can't really feel pain, right? You're just hollowed out.
No. Both of us feel pain when we are together. And this pain is mine for now.
Alright, then 2 questions, and they're the last 2 ones. So, Beacon, can you make the body walk even if it's had, like, shattered bones and shit?
The spirit rolls their eyes and says, tragically, no.
And second question, also for Beacon, you'll take that pain when you re-enter the body, correct?
I kind of wave one hand and go, psh. And the body says, yes, they will.
Okay, great. That clears it up. Might I, just as someone who is inhabiting an organic body to another person that's inhabiting an organic body, maybe take care of it a little bit more? Because again, if your shins are powderized, you can't walk back to your fountain and get your soul back into another body.
Beacon knows this. I am Beacon's 6th vessel.
Oh. I guess you've been around the block more than once. Oh shit, wait, I have another question. Do your, memories reset, or do you just carry that on from 6 lifetimes? Or, I mean, I bet they're cut short, given your,
Beacon has memories for every vessel. My memories are only mine.
That's interesting.
We chose unity.
Right. But all the bodies have their memories from before they were inhabited by something like Beacon.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't know. It's being from the sphere side, I don't really get to interact with all you very interesting folks. So it's not really given to me.
We understand.
As far as I was concerned, you just sort of were more like a wraith. But I guess that does explain why she points at the body, can just walk around and do whatever.
I am my own person who has chosen to be a vessel. I can do what I want. And they kind of side-eye the spirit and say, within the bounds of our contract.
I couldn't help it over here. I had a question as well, actually. Is there a possibility, like a situation that one might come upon where Beacon the spirit dies and the body Beacon does not?
It has a name.
Well, you haven't
And
told
that
it.
name is...
The body kind of gets up after, finally, after that terrible fall.
Oh, by the way, while you're telling me your name, here, I'll cast a Cure Wounds. Sorry, I guess I could have done that sooner.
I was called Duan before entering contract. Before entering the bond.
Alright, so, Duan, if Beacon somehow... is it possible for Beacon to not stay alive?
Beacon cannot die.
Huh.
Ever?
Time, nor battle, nor damage to a vessel have done nothing to bring them closer to mortality.
All right, but I mean, what happens when they don't have a vessel to go to? If you're dead, if the lantern's broken, then what?
They will likely remain in that state, and they gesture to the spirit until they can find something else.
And Beacon, have any of your kind ever, paired with someone who's not of, Duan species? In an emergency?
We have had no need.
Okay, cool. Do you ever get worried that you're going to still be alive when all other life in the universe has faded?
Worried? No, it is inevitable.
Huh. Whoa, whoa. Okay, well, I don't envy you that fate.
Well, what do you mean, Dux? Like, are you afraid that you're gonna die?
Well, I know I'm going to die. I just
Exactly. There it is. There's the answer. It's the same thing. It's just takes longer.
But that's the
We will
thing, is
not
it's
die.
not. They will not die, so there will ostensibly become a time when Beacon and the others like them are the only thing that still exists, and everyone else has perished.
Yes.
That sounds horrible.
It was how we existed before the elves of Duan's kind traveled to our sphere. We
You
have
ever get
no need
bored?
of them.
Like, you've had 6 lifetimes to, do whatever.
No.
No, what do you mean no?
I do not get bored.
Well, yeah, there's a whole universe out there to explore. It'd be kind of hard to get bored.
Precisely. That is why we are on this vessel.
Damn, kind of jealous.
Of?
I don't know. The whole, like, being eternal and everything. So one day I'm just gonna sort of dissipate.
It is rather pathetic.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, when I die, my spirit will return to the sea, and it will feed the life of a new life form, and life will continue.
And then life shall fade.
You're really
Eventually,
sort of
once it's done its
missing.
course.
I think you're really confident that, like, no star in your system will explode, consuming your planet and everything in it. Or
And each of our spirits should remain without physical form or without physical land and continue to exist in our unity. We have nothing to fear.
Not even, like, demons?
No.
I don't know. They can be pretty nasty with spirits. You really take them and shit.
So, say on that note, if a devil were to come and ask to make a bargain for your soul, of Duan would have one to bargain, but would you be able to, not saying that you would or at all would entertain it, but if you did want to, do you have sovereignty over your own soul?
I do not. It belongs to a greater machine.
But Duan does.
Duan would not do something so stupid.
Right.
Right,
based on
of course.
sovereignty over their soul. Right. Cool. Well, this has been informative. All right, I'm gonna make adjustments.
Thank you.
Yeah, hey, sorry, Duan. I should have really installed a crash pad, but Beacon is really just doesn't give a shit, so my hands are tied.
I am aware, and it is an arrangement I understood.
Yeah, I'm sure you're used to it, but doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Anyway,
It does hurt.
Are all of Beacon's kind so frivolous with the bodies they inhabited?
The two of them look at each other and immediately both say no.
That question, Seb sort of looks up and is almost tempted to be like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go back into my workshop and work on this really quick." Ah, crumbs. That's good.
Shit. So yeah, the rest of the 10-day voyage passes with the kind of ship as usual, unless there is any specific conversations that people want to have.
Oh, I guess at some point I would like to approach Mig, or I guess not approach him, but just be working and just like
Mm-hmm.
turn over to him in the room and just be like, "Oh, hey Mig.
Mm.
I meant to ask you something.
Yes.
So, I bet this is probably, oh gosh. I feel like I ask a lot of questions already
Indeed, you do.
knowing that you're gonna, like, it's against protocol or something that you
Indeed.
keep private. Yeah, okay. And I have a feeling this is one of them.
Go ahead.
Okay, shooting my shot. So I noticed that, like, all the people that we've been interacting with in these ports usually have, like, minders and stuff with them. Uh, are they, like, part of your employer's network? Because not, like, the people we deal with are minders specifically, but they always have an escort.
That is not my question to answer.
Oh, yeah, figured as much.
Indeed.
Just thought it was interesting.
Indeed. Do you have any further questions?
Mm, probably not.
Excellent.
I mean, not, I'll have questions later, but not now.
Perhaps I will be more receptive to some lines of questioning after you have met my employer.
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
I kind of forget that I'm not, officially part of the crew yet.
Indeed.
I just feel
Provisional,
at
but
home
you have
here.
comported yourself quite well, if that helps.
I mean, that's really nice to hear. And yes, it does. So I will be saving all my fun UE slash whatever organization we're
Mhm.
part of questions for after that.
You have done good work aboard the UE. The UE is pleased, even though you frightened Skrelk.
I frightened Skrelk with
Indeed.
what?
Your gauntlets make a certain amount of noise. Skrelk does not like it.
All right, fine. I'll doff it when I'm on deck.
I believe most of the issue is that Skrelk lives within the walls.
I'm not following.
That is fine. He goes back to reading.
Like what? Do my knuckles drag?
No. You make a certain noise. Skrelk can hear it, I can hear it, the UE can hear it.
Above board, oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
It is not unpleasant. It is simply that Skrelk avoids this section of the ship. Again, on balance, you have done very good. The UE is pleased.
All right. Well, cool. Rad.
Yes. I will help with outreach if you wish to reconcile your relationship with Skrelk.
Outreach?
Indeed.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yes, feed him pellets. He enjoys them.
Oh, like me feed him pellets?
Indeed.
Okay, sure.
When you see him. Which may be rare, so I shall have to facilitate this.
Yeah, I like never see him.
Mm-hmm. That is because he hides from you.
She's sort of taken aback by this and gets like surprisingly just sort of like, huh. Okay, well, back to work for me.
And
She'll
yeah,
like she'll like take the suit off and then like power it down.
yeah. I think eventually over the next few days, leaving the suit off more, you do make a small reconciliation with Skrunk. Although
Cool.
Skrunk seems to mistrust you until you feed him like, twice with a pellet, and then he's like, "Oh, actually." And yeah, besides a nice fish dinner at least one of the nights, you arrive back with not much else happening. It is good to be back in Pendledock. It is as you remembered it. The ship parks itself at its, usual. Almost you're noticing the exact same place, which is in a fairly shitty part of town at a shitty dock. Mig gathers specifically you all up onto the deck and says, "We will be visiting my employer. I have been given permission to facilitate introductions. If you wish to accompany me, upon conclusion, she will assess whether she believes you to be effective operators. At such time, she may offer us a number of new jobs. We may choose between these jobs. There are also local jobs or jobs such as the Gork Pig disappearance. As you have effectively demonstrated, you will be responsible for the defense of the vessel while aboard the UE. Thus, it is appropriate that you have a weightier say in decision making regarding new jobs, missions, or operations. After concluding our business with her, we will have a brief shore leave while the UE undergoes its repairs." He pauses at the word repairs a little bit too long. "Is everybody amenable? Would you all like to accompany me, or does anybody want to stay here?"
We will go.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, we'll tag along. What kind of repairs does the UE require? I don't remember them, it taking much of a hit.
Indeed, the UE did not take much of a hit.
Well, I guess maintenance is important.
Servicing, yes. General maintenance, preventative, largely.
Do you have a crew for maintenance already?
Yes, we do. The UE is very particular. Any further questions? Excellent. Follow me. Beacon turns down the gangplank. Heliodor goes, "Okay, well, I guess we'll be here. Maybe we go drinking later if anybody wants to."
Sev turns around and is like, "With you, yes,
Okay.
absolutely."
Hell yes.
Took
Okay.
the words right out of my mouth.
Alrighty. I'll be here. Yeah. Good luck. Meeting. She makes very exaggerated air quotes. Her. It's very special that you're meeting her. It's very good for you. Congrats. It means you passed. Good job. Well, maybe. She might decide you didn't, but I think mostly you passed. Mig is just staring at Helig. Okay, good luck. Bye. So, Mig is marching purposefully, or rather with purpose, towards. Initially, it seems like the rich part of town, although just on the edge of the rich part of town, there is a building that Mig stops at. It is clearly run out of the remains of what was a tavern, as in from the front, it clearly looks like a tavern building. Although you can tell that the placard over it that reads Wayfinder Incorporated is of a style that is much more typical of Sphere Side sort of advertisements. Not really very rustic, like a lot of the other signs around this place are. You enter in, or rather Mig gestures and then begins entering. As you enter, the first thing you notice is that yes, this is definitely a tavern that has been renovated. The main room has been divided into a kind of waiting room out front and a reception area in the back. These spaces are divided by a large reception desk in the center of the room. You see very prominently displayed behind the reception desk is a framed certificate which says accreditation with the Navigators. And as you kind of glance off into the back, you could see a door with like a lot of artistic and finely carved like etchings on the outside of it. At the desk is a rather short for a lean-in, but a lean-in woman who seems to be working sorting files and papers. Her fur is closer to that of a white lion, though she has a very severe scar running down one half of her face. She is dressed in a very sharp and clearly tailored to fit suit, which you realize must be some kind of uniform, as the woman standing next to her, who is a large Goliath, is wearing a very similar style of suit. The only addition is a long rod made of some kind of ivory that is carved with symbols that you recognize right away as Svarthic. As you all enter, she glances up at you, nods. You see the only other person in this waiting room is an elderly human who appears to be asleep. You see this Goliath woman walks over and gently places a ticket in the woman's lap and then takes her position by the desk. The Leonin woman looks up and goes, "Oh, hello, Mig. And these are crew?" Mig nods. "Yes, prospective crew members. Here to meet the boss." The Goliath woman chuckles at that. The Leonin woman gets to her feet and rounds the edge to like come and shake hands. Yes, my name is Dodney. It is good to meet you. How
Hello,
long have you been?
Dodney. I am Constance.
Hello, Constance. You are one of the effort?
Yes.
Excellent. It will be good to work with you then.
Yes. It will be good to work with you.
She goes to each of you individually. At some point, she glances over. Oh, yes, that's Vaki. Vaki waves. She can speak, to be clear. She just doesn't enjoy doing so. Vaki shrugged. Well, yes, go on through. We weren't expecting a moment, please. She goes back to her desk and rifles through some papers. Huh. You are some number of days ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that'd probably be Zadicus. 7 points.
Zadicus? Are you a helmsman or some form of navigator? You're muted, Zadicus.
Thank you. I plot the courses. Really, it's the vessel which is able to make incredible time and precise movements to cut down on time.
Yeah, she smiles very wide at that. Indeed, the vessel.
You have navigator accreditation, I saw. That is impressive.
Indeed, we do. We are considered an accredited broker of business, matching mod ship operators with jobs.
You could be operating out of any of the large ports. Why operate out of Pendledock?
Why, indeed. She smiles.
Question for the boss, then.
Indeed. Go on through. Oh. Yeah, go ahead and go on through. Vaki, like, glances, seems to be, like, looking for weapons. After a moment, just shrugs. And you hear in a very deep voice, behave. As she, like, hooks a thumb. Mig nods. We will. And walks to the back. I assume you all follow?
Mm-hmm.
Damn,
Yep.
I feel incredibly
Absolutely.
underdressed.
Yeah, Mig knocks 3 times on the door, and you hear from within, just come in already. The door opens, and the first thing you see is just into the right, there is another desk at which is sitting a tabaxi woman who is speaking with a gangly adolescent human. The tabaxi woman is dressed in the same fashion as the two out front. She is handing a piece of paper to this gangly adolescent boy, who turns and looks at like the pack of you like a deer in headlights. And she goes, "Yes, my name is Promise of Ash. Well, do you want to introduce yourself?" I'm Jacob. Uh, you see, he is wearing clearly like finer quality, but it is worn in the way you would expect somebody who is moving in this same set of clothes a lot and perhaps sweating in it. He's about 5'10". He's still seems to be very young, very gangly, and his hair is either intentionally or unintentionally like plastered to his head in this like dirty blonde mop. He glances at Promise of Ash and says, okay, well, I gotta get going now. Can you, it, excuse me?" He tries to, like, shuffle past you. Everybody can roll me a perception check if you want.
Yeah.
As he passes by.
Whew. There are my rolls.
All right. Okay, shit. It's good that it's actually okay, that's cool. Okay, so for the 22 and 25, it is very clear as Jacob moves past you and starts to immediately sprint out towards the door. Based off the way, specifically the sound, you can hear the sound of one of his legs, the left one, is clearly a like prosthetic. Although based off of how it is moving, it doesn't seem like a peg. For the 14 and 16, you could tell there's something odd in the movement of his left leg. Sev, that is you clock it almost immediately by its sound. That is a very, very high end prosthetic he has there, a running prosthetic. It is Sphere Tech, very distinctly Sphere Tech. You can't see it, but you can hear it, and when you like glance at the kind of like outline as his leg is moving, into like a sprint, you get the gist based off of how it sounds when it hits the ground. And then he is passed and out the door.
Several just like let out a soft.
Let out a soft what?
Like whistle, like whoa.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that's cheap.
It would be expensive for you, Sphere side. You don't even know what the logistics are of doing that seaside.
Yeah.
Promise of Ash sits down. She seems to take out a notepad and glances. And as you are like looking past, you see for the first time, seated at a large wooden desk that's covered in papers, inkwells, and the remains of like wax ceiling, is the individual who runs this business. Uh, she is a minder. She stands to her feet and introduces herself as my name is Kaphne. You can tell she is wearing a suit that is identical to Promise of Ash, Vaki, and Dodne, and that it is like has been carefully fitted to her like unique frame. Additionally, as she gestures with her hands, you can see that her hands have been heavily modified. She has 8 articulated fingers per hand, and they are much smaller and more precisely modal than Migs or any of the minders you have seen so far. She takes a seat and gestures with a hand to stand like in front. I've been told about you. It is good to meet all of you.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Indeed. Now, to cut through, perhaps the word is some of the bullshit, to what degree are you aware of the true purpose of the job you just undertook?
You were seeing how fast we could do this task, how well we would defend the ship, and how much, if anything, we would divulge to other individuals to whom we might not want that information to slip.
Indeed. And so, which of you, if you have specifically gleaned the beyond the testing of your capabilities, the true purpose of this cork pig delivery, if any?
Mapping.
Oh.
She cocks a head at you.
An exchange of information and data.
And how many of the others did you share this with?
None.
Excellent. Who else gleaned anything along these lines? Or suspected?
Suspected might be a little more accurate. It did not seem that important that we got all of the pigs we were sent for. There must have been something else going on.
Indeed. Sufficient to say that it was not meant to be obvious, but if you were curious, you would be able to see, shall we say. Although your name is Beacon, yes?
Yes.
Yes, you have a level of understanding that is interesting. How did you come to know this?
The language of the machines is my first language.
Ah, interesting. I will have to a later time. That is sensible and makes sense then. Well, you all she like consults a chart. You are quite a few days ahead of when I was expecting you. This is owed to Zadicus, your new navigator.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, sufficient to say that I believe that you have passed. At this time, you may ask me questions.
Why are you charting the movement of pirate ships?
Ah. It is piracy, yes, but a very specific form of piracy.
That did not answer the question.
True. I there is a packet transfer between her and Mig very, very quickly. In which you got a decent handle on it. You can tell that she is asking what level of trust to give here. And Mig is very clearly saying, I believe they are completely trustworthy. Yeah. And she nods and goes, well, weighing out the potential damage that I believe you could do with this information. We are charting piracy and predation of minders specifically.
Oh my god, I knew it. Yes.
Indeed. I do
Oh
not
my
understand this reaction, but
No, it just makes sense now. Are these pirates coming from the sphere and exporting them?
it is not a monolith. There is no one main source. It is a pattern of activity that is increasing over time.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Indeed. Ostensibly, though, I am primarily a job facilitator. I find operators such as yourself, and I match you with clients. Well, any further questions?
What's the next job?
Interesting. She holds up 2 files. Here is the jobs that are, shall we say, more mundane. You may take one of these jobs if you wish, or, and she gestures with her left hand, here's the job in the vein of the job that you have just recently completed. Which would you prefer?
Is there a rule against taking all 3?
At this time, yes. I would like to see which kind of operator you are intending to be.
I assume we're allowed to look at the details of all of these jobs before deciding.
Interesting. Perhaps if I said no, I wanted you to make a decision about what form of operator you would be. One for my particular cause or a generalist. If I said no, what would you say?
Yes, ma'am.
She steeples her fingers together and glances at you. Do you speak for all of them?
I speak for ourselves.
Interesting. Well, let's go in order then. What would you prefer to take mundane jobs or you're right. It is unfair for me to give you no information. She puts a hand on the mundane. These are well-paying, but boring. You may take them and make a good business of it, perhaps. And perhaps I will sneak jobs in here and there, as I did with Mig on this current job. Or, she puts a hand on the other file, you run slightly more risky job for a better cause and for better pay. Given your handling of danger, I believe you might be suited to the task. She looks at you, Zadakis. Is that an appropriate amount of information?
It doesn't answer the most important question I have. Burn the money. Which one lets me see new places?
Interesting. Well, I do not think you will see many new places with the... She puts a hand the mundane stack here. Perhaps you may see a frontier world from time to time, but likely your travels will not take you out so far. Less risk, though.
It's all the more reason not to take them then, isn't it?
Perhaps. Is that your answer specifically?
Seems so. Seems so.
The head swivels to look at you, Constance. And what of you, Constance of the Effort?
Risk does not factor into my decision making. I am here to support the crew.
That is a valid decision. Does that mean you are willing to go along with the consensus?
Certainly.
Excellent. She looks at you. Dux, I believe is your name?
Duxam Ambrosius Goldentide. I did not come to this ship to piddle my life away and make money. I came to gain experience and to get right in the thick of it. So I believe my vote goes to the interesting jobs.
Interesting.
That is the opposite of mundane.
Indeed it is. And you, Seb?
Yeah, definitely with the rest of them. I would like to broaden my horizons. I think that one, she points to the risky one, would allow me to do that.
Before I show you the jobs therein, understand that some of what you will be doing is perhaps the best word is extra legal.
I have never had a problem with extra legal.
Yes, understand that I am accredited with the Navigators, but that I operate from a place that is slightly more lax with its oversight of such things. Better freedom of movement.
Other than discretion, are there any rules?
Rules? I would prefer secrecy if at all possible. If not for my sake, then for the sake of the network and the mission.
Sev nods.
And because we will ruin you if you do not. I'm made to understand, perhaps, Sev, that you have a vested interest in this cause. Information was relayed to me regarding this.
Right.
We do not have to discuss it. I have gathered the information I needed, but I will keep you abreast of the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Indeed. Well, she sets aside the mundane. There are obviously local jobs you could take while you are here. That is your choice, I suppose. She passes the blue folder over. And I can easier to just copy and paste them.
Pardon me.
Indeed.
You have mentioned that secrecy is among the most important elements of our job performance.
Indeed.
Perhaps it would be wise if we then also took on one of the more mundane tasks as a cover.
Interesting. I will consider this and perhaps see if I can arrange something. Good suggestion, Constance. Thank you.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, I will paste them, but then also just run through them like as you're kind of reading. Just let me make sure this doesn't have any extra shit in there. Okay. Yeah, she will go in order. There is a missing minder in the 13th sphere. Their son will be your primary contact. They went missing 2 months ago. They are at this time presumed dead. The mission is 50 gold per head on whoever and however many people are involved in the operation that took them. 500 gold if the minder is somehow recovered alive. She'll wait for anybody to ask questions.
That's kind of close to home, isn't it, Cody?
It is adjacent. You're not sure if this is specific, but Caffney didn't indicate so you're not really sure yet.
Well, I mean, I like in the order of the spheres. If I remember correctly, I'm from the 14th. Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Are there any? Is there any information about who took them?
No, not at this time. That is part of what is required in the investigation.
Okay.
The next mission is a minder colony requesting aid. Located through Port 9 on the Minder Isle. It is a colony in largely unnavigated space. They live on a small moon called Malaise, orbiting a gas giant. Limited atmosphere, but they have tech on hand to accommodate visitors. They are requesting a major delivery of astral water, 2 1,000-gallon tanks. Flat rate of 400 gold per tank for just the delivery. Additionally, they are requesting help in defense against a frontier foothold of pirates. Pay is negotiable on that front and is considered a secondary concern to the water. Lastly, I have a delivery job. Suffice to say, it is proprietary technology. No questions asked. You will take a chest. You will deliver it to the city of Gar in Zizyun. If you deliver said technology and deal with whatever happens on the way, there will be a sliding scale of pay between 600 and 900 gold, depending on danger involved. An extra 150 gold if you stop in Vosted to meet with an associate there. Additionally, she holds out a pouch. This is 500 gold for the completion of the job. She holds out another pouch. 150 gold for the danger. And she holds out another pouch. Another 150 gold for your expediency.
Seems a fair sum.
I'm glad you think so. Would you like a moment to decide amongst yourselves which job you would like to take? Perhaps which two you would like to have arranged?
Yes, please.
Indeed. Would you like to do it here or in the reception area?
Wherever you would prefer.
Reception area, then. Do not let my presence color your conversation. She nods to Promise of Ash, who gets up and opens the door. Mig walks out into the reception area. Does everybody follow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, as the door closes, Mig says, as I said, given that you have handled the majority of the danger associated with the voyages so far, barring a veto from the UE, I believe it is appropriate that you select what mission we will take. If you would like my opinion, I can give it, and would appreciate being able to input, but it is not necessary.
Well, I don't think it will come as much of any surprise that I am drawn to the second mission. Unnavigated space is, well, my calling. Charting the
Yeah, I knew.
uncharted, seeing the unseen. This should be no surprise to anyone. I think
Nah.
perhaps the easiest of the missions, and the one most readily combined with either of the others, is the third mission. The city of this, I don't know exactly where the city of Gar is on Zizyun, but Zizyun does have a port, which we could presumably take to. Well, no, we would need to go through the port of the Minder Isle is not far from the port of Zizyun. That's the point. We could combine both trips, although there would be some backtracking.
So it is your preference to take the 2 mundane jobs.
The Minder colony requesting aid is the one through mine. I was under the impression that neither of these were the mundane jobs.
Above board, that is the case, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see the mundane jobs at all. These are the 3 blue folders.
So, I concur with Zadicus on the second job. I think the payout is, or sorry, the payout is really good for the simplicity of the task, and we get a secondary option to, get more income from it, as well as helping them out. I am both drawn to and very afraid of the first one. Particularly drawn to it because, I don't know, I feel a sinking suspicion that I might know something about who took them.
We don't even know the deals of. We don't even know who was taken, really. How can you be sure?
Well, I can't be sure, but I have a hunch. Or at least the people at the top who are responsible. It's close to home. I know they operate everywhere, so I kind of might have a bit of a, might have a hint as to something going on there. However, that same something makes me want to absolutely avoid the shit out of that job. But I also want to help and punch the shit out of every single bastard in that organization. So, neither here nor there.
Well, I think that kind of makes it so that we really ought to take that job if we don't take any of the others. That seems important to you, and finding a lost soul is always a worthy endeavor. Then
we get 2 jobs, right?
In theory, yeah. With how fast Zadicus make things move, you can probably fit them in.
And I'm sorry, Cody. Can you explain again which category are all 3 of these in the same category of job?
Yeah, they're the
Okay.
jobs related to the minders. That is the more
Gotcha.
dangerous ones explicitly. Yeah, sorry.
I gotcha.
I don't think I was clear.
That last one just seems, it just seems to me very, well, I can't say that having secret technology in a chest wouldn't make me incredibly curious, and that would be very bad. But both by I would never open it, and so I would just be kicking myself the whole entire time, just like, come on, just a little peek. But also, yeah, it would just be hell. It'd be boring. That's just me, though.
All things being equal, I would prefer to leave the sea.
Second job does that. So does the first one, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All
right.
What do you think, Beacon?
Beacon wishes to pursue the first job.
Meg, you mentioned you had thoughts?
Frankly, I do believe that the third job is a test. Kaphne is very fond of her tests. It is high pay, true, but it may be easy. It may pave the way for further jobs. That being said, confronting danger more directly will also pave the way for a different sort of job. As you are the ones who handle the danger, as it were. A consideration to give, perhaps.
Would I know which port would be the best port to get to the 13th sphere?
Yeah, in fact, probably the best port would be through either Vialgo and Shoal, or back through Lektos and Else on Amphi, the one you just used.
Yeah.
So port 8 or port 4. There are different routes that could potentially be faster or shorter. You don't necessarily have the details on exactly what planet your contact is on yet. Like, these specifics have not yet been given to you.
Yeah.
At least, very notably, the specifics for the first one have not been given, though they have been given for the second two.
If we are most interested in the first job, that is the one that is hardest to combine with either of the others, so it is, however, potentially the fastest to arrive at our destination. From here to Volstead over to Gar would be considerable time. We would be sailing almost to the southern borders of the sea. Whereas if we are headed to the 13th sphere, we would be heading either back to Amphi or over to Shoal to the west of here, not very far away at all.
A good consideration. Would it be preferred that I put it to a vote then? Per protocol?
I think we can probably discuss it out.
Mhm.
How uncomfortable will you be with that first mission, Sev? Or rather, if this mission is tied to what you think it might be, will that be something that... Well,
It's a
you already
concern
said
of
you wanted to
mine.
punch people, so I assume it
It's a
would be...
concern of mine, but it's mostly for the concern of the rest of you, not necessarily just me.
You mentioned an organization. What manner of organization?
Mm. Well, she like looks around. Alico.
All of you would pretty immediately know that that is in the top 3, probably usually second or third of the magnetic ore distributors in all of the spheres. To the degree that like you would know these as even a common name among sea folk. Those you don't really get maybe the concept of a true corporation and like what that scale means, but you have heard of Alico. You believe that a corporation has stolen a minder? Oh, like Migs straightens for a second. Oh,
Yeah,
I
not
see.
necessarily the corporation, but they have people, scrappers, pirates under them that they pay are on their payroll that do that stuff and deliver to them. That's why I am in trouble, is because I was the patsy. Or something similar.
You believe then that we will come into conflict with your I suppose they are not friends anymore.
Previous
Associate.
employers? No, probably not. They don't operate really outside the 14th sphere, but given the proximity, I don't doubt that Alico has its tendrils in any sort of low-life scrapper organization or junk moon like they did with us. So whatever boss they got around might be under them.
Does this information change anybody else's opinion?
Not mine. Is this chance at revenge for you, Sev, if they are involved?
I mean, revenge isn't necessarily my intention. I'd like to just save the
Justice, payback, righting a wrong. Is there some tie to this?
Yeah, I suppose. Information, if I manage to restrain myself. But 50 gold ahead does seem really tempting.
Well, it seems to
In
me
any
that
case,
if one of us has a potential personal gain from one of these jobs, we should certainly pursue that.
My only caution would be that if we engage in this particular job, which may put us at odds with a major corporation, we give more secrecy to the state of the ship for a variety of reasons.
Sounds like a plan. So, job number 1, we'll put that on the list, and then I suppose job number 2, exploring strange new worlds, sounds enticing to me.
Yeah, and it pays good.
Interesting. Well, if that is the decision of the group, Beacon, are you still amenable to this?
We follow orders.
Excellent.
Meg, does the boss know about this?
About what specifically?
Well, about, I guess, the potential to make enemies with Alico. Because as I understand it, this has been sort of a secret, precise, and undercover sort of operation. I don't know how ready you or the Wayfinders are to make enemies with a megacorp.
Ah, you speak of war.
Yes. I mean, that's my concern. Granted, I don't know what they're doing is exactly legal, considering they don't just use their own might to do it, they usually hire underlings. But I think the ire of Alico is still something that I think she needs to know before we execute the job. Just
I
in
will.
case she has.
Yes, I will inform her then, and if that changes her opinion, both in terms of pay and in terms of consideration of whether it will move forward, she will let me know. We have.
If it does move forward, any like directions on increased, I guess, stealth so we aren't identified and potentially, get away with this scot-free.
A good consideration, yes. Given these extra considerations, the mission will likely have to be modified. Also, giving consideration to Constance's point, good cover. In either case, she will handle such things if the if that is the decision that we will engage in this first job, and perhaps if it is not time sensitive, engage in the second when we are able. This is the decision you have made? She glances around, basically looking for a negative. Excellent. Well, I will relay this. There is a beat. Beacon, you could tell that a packet transfer just happened. It's just that he's not even
Right.
trying to be subtle anymore. He glances at you. It has been relayed. She says she will begin seeing to preparations and let us know. Until then, we should have. I will have to see if the appointment can be moved up. Perhaps 4 to 5 days of shore leave. Is that amenable for everyone?
Yes.
Interesting. Cocks ahead at you, Beacon. Well, let's see. I believe 2 days' time, I will negotiate for the UE to have its maintenance. At that point, we will convene at the Lowly Row. If you wish to stay aboard the ship, you may. If you wish to acquire lodgings here, please let me know.
Yes.
Regarding the payment for the job, what do you believe would be a fair split? As I said, you handled most of the danger.
Standard protocol ordinarily would be equal shares.
Do you consider me and the rest of the crew of the UE equal share?
Naturally, though you may not be in defense of the vessel, you are in main operation.
Perhaps to equip yourselves with better weaponry, things you may need. Consider my portion. Well, we will split it into equal sixths. My portion will represent the UE and the rest of the crew aboard. Is that amenable for everyone?
Yeah, sure.
If you're sure, I don't see any reason that the rest of the crew shouldn't get their full share.
I will bring this issue up with them, and if they have concerns, I suspect they will let me know. For the moment, that brings us to 133 gold per person. Is this correct? With some change.
I don't remember the pay, but I will trust Mig's math.
Yeah, it's 800 essentially. 500 with a 150 for a danger and another 150 for the time. Split up 6 ways, that's 133 for each of you. In addition to whatever you split up if you choose to from the previous take from the ghost ship. And I'm, for my part, writing down the 133 gold going into ship coffers. And yeah, I think that is unless there is any final conversation anybody wants to have, then that is a decent place to stop for this week.